Rich boy said it crack book. Niggas wanna check shit tight, no slack. Just bought a Cadillac. Throw some D's on that bitch. Just bought a Cadillac. Throw some D's on that bitch. Just bought a Cadillac. Rich boy said it crack book. Niggas wanna check shit tight, no slack. Just bought a Cadillac. Throw some D's on that bitch. Just bought a Cadillac. Throw some D's on that bitch. Just bought a Cadillac. Rich boy said it crack book. Niggas wanna check shit tight, no slack. Just bought a Cadillac. Took it to the top, top, got the damn top, top, two color flip flop, and the red lollipop. Slows in the parking lot. I still got my Glock cock, new money, motherfucker. Don't you see the big knot? Don't you see the big chain? Don't you see the big real? Wonder who they hating on lately, baby. This here. Rich boy said it quick.
What up, guys? I'm just waiting for more people to roll in. Yo, yo, yo. What's good, guys? What is good? Hope you guys are doing awesome. I know I am. $170% cost to borrow on GoEV. All right. Let me launch our narrator real quick. There we go. We got our narrator up and live. Okay. Oh, should probably pull this up too. Oh, how was your guys' evening? I don't even know who's in here. Hello, Miss Serrano. How are you today? Finger came back down to that fib. T2 nice and tight there. Just underneath the 200. TBLT ended up going down 53% yesterday. It's up 4% already. Go EV. How bad are you hurting me? Let's see. I'm going to the dentist in a few minutes to try and catch. Ah, well, thank you for coming for at least a little bit. I feel like I want to buy more Go EV because of the Walmart and the Army contracts. I just haven't heard anything from them. You know? Ooh, Lucy with the public offering. Oh. What was VIX at? I just saw it. Wow, VIX to 1385. I might make an entry on Coinbase today. I feel like it's gonna come down a little bit more first, though. Yeah, I don't know if I should buy Coinbase or AI. Like, I have money put aside towards one of them. If AI is gonna keep going down, maybe I'll buy AI. I'm gonna fuck up my average heavy though. Oh well. Whoa, Blackstone. Hello, why are you down there? Oh, Ape is moving? Okay. Wow, I didn't even notice, to be quite honest. I usually just scroll right past it just because it's barcodes, nonstop. Is there any news on it as well? Yeah. EMA is starting to spread out right there, too. '48's over the 200, 13's above both, and 24's in the middle as well. Bitcoin trying to stretch. Remember, 30,600-ish is the key level on Bitcoin that we want to take over. Bitcoin trying to stretch. Tapped the resistance line, came right back down. Root is up another 48% in after hours here. Well off the highs though. Definitely want to stress that. Well off the highs. Root FU up. Below view up. Follow the bid. Blue line. TRKA is trying to fend off a death cross right there. POAI is up 8.3 after coming down about 14% yesterday. Root trying to break that. I wouldn't be surprised if that stalled out and waited till open. T2 up 18%. 16. T2 is in a fight right there, in between the 200 and the 48. Oh, TRKA got the compliance letter that we were expecting yesterday, by the way. In case nobody knew. Sorry. 1 second, real quick. Look at this. What is this doing? My God. For real? Another leg? You gotta be joking me. I just pulled off root for this, John. I'm here. We could just let me know if TR here. Let me just set an alert on TRK. I already have one. Okay. We could run both. Up 745%. Wild. Absolutely wild. RSI and Bitcoin is at 60. And we are on top of the MACD as well. Ape is just trying to hold the 200. Two-minute warning, by the way, in case you guys need a coffee or go to the bathroom or whatever. Oh, Vic's up. What's up, Tim? How you doing, my man? Last minute, heads up. About to be Weller.
UK PM Sunak says rooting out inflation isn't easy and needs hard decisions.
All right, good luck, everyone. We have about 20 seconds left. Let's get it. All right, let's go. Remember to shout stuff out if you guys see it. Like, what just happened there? That was kind of odd. Verb is up 11%. We still have this AGLE, which is up like 700%. I mean, I don't know if it had any kind of deficiencies, but I mean, it's at 81 cents at the moment. Remember Lucy just had a an offering? T2 up 20%. T2 starting to curl. T2 13 through the 200. Sticks is up about 15% at the moment. Root. Root. Let's see what the volume's like. Section. Well, volume's already at 3.325 mil. Average is 4 or under half a mil, we'll call it. And that's in the first candle. First 2 candles. Ape hard down. Sorry, those looked unorganized to me. Alright, Ape's coming right back. Alright, what do we do with Bitcoin? Carry is the promised land. Finger up 7.8 or 6.7, excuse me. Bitcoin trying to lift. TBLT lifting. This might just have a straight up technical retrace after the offering. I don't believe that they completed the offering though, so heads up about that. Ape's trying back up. Coinbase is at the 200 inside the Sonic R. What else we got? Anyone seeing anything? Ape trying up. Volume on TRKA is only 33,000. Bitcoin coming down towards the 48. Ooh, go EV hard down. I might buy more Go EV. Good morning, Mom. I'm gonna buy more Go EV here in a second, I think. It just told me I couldn't invest in a certain stock, which is really weird. Huh, yeah, it won't even let me... That's so weird. It won't let me trade... It won't let me buy Go EV. That's really fucking weird. The fuck? I think I might buy because I can't buy what's called. I can't buy Go EV. I think I'm gonna buy a little bit of Coinbase. There, I just bought some Coinbase just cause. It's something I believe in, you know? Okay. Alright, let's see. Ape is up 12 at VWAP. See what VRM's up to. VRM up. She's trying to go vertical. It's only up 3% right now, but again, trying to go vertical. Coinbase is also trying to spread. Look at the EMAs right there. All in line. Vroom is forming a nice cup here. What do you guys like that's off the radar, though? Serious question. Any kind of stock that we should be watching that's off the radar? Go ahead, VRM. Do it. If you don't know why I'm watching VRM like I am, you should pull up their chart and look at how they performed the last couple sessions. 1.8 up on Amazon. VRM is trying to stretch though. VRM. Go ahead, baby. Get up there. Volume on VRM is 328 mil. Average is 6.3. Hey, Scott. How you doing? I don't know if you were here yesterday, but I just wanted to go ahead. Well, no, I know that you were here for a moment yesterday, but I didn't get to mention the fact that Bitcoin is over 30,000. Of course I remembered. TBLT is now up 11. It went to 25,000 and change first. It didn't go below 25K first, did it? I at least didn't think that it went under 25K flat. It did go below. Okay, all right, then you win. You got me. Not by much? Okay. Fair enough. Go ahead, Aim. Go ahead, Ape. Go ahead. Run it. I have so much Ape, but I feel like I should buy more. Fuck. Oh, I accidentally turned my flashlight on. Don't do that. I have a bill here. Let me see how much this bill is. No, I should be responsible, I think. Fuck. I hate being responsible. Like, Coinbase looks like it could be a buy. Ape looks like it could be a buy. Decisions. It's interesting it dropped like that before. But I'm actually not surprised by that at all, Scott. In fact, I kind of had a feeling that it was going to happen right around quad witching day. Fingers already up 10%.
At 9:55 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Bowman, who delivers opening remarks at a Fed Listens event hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland. Text is expected, but no Q&A.
Fingers trying to spin for a gold cross here. Going for 3 little soldiers here on Ape. Finger. RSI on fingers of 57.2. Watch for a lift. UK push interest rates up half basis point today. What is that doing to dollar strength? Oh, okay. Interesting. So it made it rip, and then now it's coming right back down. Excuse me. Still forming that handle on VRM. TBLT up 9% after yesterday's sell-off. Finger just off 11%. Whoa. What did I just do? There we go. Those are the fib lines, by the way, for anybody new. Bitcoin just got a super trend up to a cup. I want to see if it's going to take that out. That's just a supply level. I will get almost 6% on savings now. Okay. Borrowers are in trouble. Come on, Coinbase. Finger is just sitting there at the potential gold cross. Not doing much. Coinbase trying through their VWAP. TBLT trying to work its way back. I'll look at the chart. What's the ticker? Go EV's down at a fib line. For anybody that cares. Well, I wonder if it'll let me buy it now. No, I won't. I don't know what's up with this fucking app.
And we have posted the live video on the feed for all those interested. That's Feds Bowman speaking.
I mean, buddy, you're just dealing with low volume. I mean, today average volume, it's higher than average volume. How confident are you that that's the bottom? I guess that would be my question. There's also a small gap right there. On a 4 hour. It could be eliminated in a shorter time though. Let's see. There's gaps on a 1 hour down. There's a gap on a 15-minute Coinbase up. There's gaps to the downside on it, bud.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get Eurozone Consumer Confidence Flash, forecast -17 on the prior -17.4, with a range of -15 to -18. US existing home sales, forecast 4.25 million on the prior 4.28 million, with a range of 4.35 million to 4.15 million. US existing home sales change, forecast -0.7% on the prior -3.4%. US leading index change month over month, forecast -0.8% on the prior -0.6%. We also expect comments from Fed's Powell, who delivers the semi-annual testimony to Congress before the Senate Banking Committee, and Fed's Mester, who's speaking on the economic and policy outlooks at the bank's annual policy summit. No text is expected, but a Q&A with the audience is.
Do I buy more C3? Ugh. Still won't let me buy it. That's so weird. Sexual infection home testing and 20 other home tests. Okay. Do you use a lot of those?
Fed's Mester are speaking at the same event, and we have posted the live video on the feed for all those interested.
Let me try to get that up. All right, it'll begin in 7 minutes. All right, there we go.
And we have posted the live video to Fed's Powell's address to the Senate committee on the feed for all those interested.
I'm half tempted to buy C3 AI right now. Fuck. I already have a bunch though. I feel like I'm gonna regret it if I don't. TRKA. Oh, TRKA looks attractive. Only 65,000 in volume right now in TRKA. I just needed a mental health break. That's all.
US stock indexes pair losses, Nasdaq now about flat.
Yeah, dude, I'm chilling. Chilling like a villain. Hope you're doing well too, my dude. Oh, man. So I get paid from YouTube on Cash App, and I know everybody's gonna say don't use Cash App, don't use Cash App, don't use Cash App, but it's an immediate way for me to invest without waiting any extra time, and it wouldn't let me just buy Go EV. Just saying. And Matt's below 20 cents now. And Matt hard down. VIX down as well. IoT pretty much unch. SPY going for the gold cross right now on a 1. Watch Coinbase. Watch CONL in specific. Now here comes
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
We will look for inflation on a consistent downward path in deciding appropriate policy steps at coming meetings. Fed's Bowman says the level of inflation is still unacceptably high. Fed's Bowman says, I want signs of inflation in a consistent downward path, and core inflation has essentially plateaued since fall of 2022. Fed's Bowman says additional policy rate increases will be needed to reach just to repeat there, Fed's Bowman says additional policy rate increases will be needed to reach sufficiently restrictive level and control inflation. Fed's Bowman says monetary policy has had some effect on the economy, but core inflation has essentially plateaued.
Jordan, I'm about to give you your hammer back, okay? Or your wrench back, but you better know how to use it. There you go. You're a mod again. No, I'm not crying. I just don't want to deal with nonsense. I don't have the time. Thank you, kind sir. VRM is up 6%.
So at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get Eurozone consumer confidence flash forecast
Look at
minus
VRM,
17
baby.
on the prior minus 17.4, with a range of minus 15 to minus
Ape up.
18. US existing home sales forecast 4.25 million on the prior 4.28 million, with a range of 4.35 million to 4.15 million. US existing home sales change forecast minus 0.7% on the prior minus 3.4%. US leading index change month over month forecast minus 0.8% on the prior minus 0.6%. We also expect comments from Fed's Powell, who delivers the semi-annual testimony to Congress before the Senate Banking Committee, and from Fed's Mester and Fed's Bowman, who were speaking on the economic policy outlook at the bank's annual policy summit. No text is expected, but Q&A with the audience is.
I will have Powell up when that starts, just so everybody knows. And I'll kill that guy's... Hold on, let me kill that guy's mic. Alright. So I killed that guy's mic, and we'll have Powell in 2 minutes. Coinbase, give me that reversal. I want to see Bitcoin move off that 48. What's up, James? How you doing today, buddy? We're already almost at average volume. We're a million under on Ape. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Coinbase 5764. No Moss. Oh, TBLT. Look at that. Look at that rip back. I just bought Coinbase. Go EV. Ape. VRM. I don't know. Remember, they did just announce an offering yesterday. So everybody knows. T2 well off the highs. Ooh, Sticks actually went red. Bitcoin, what are you doing? Trying to like figure out what it wants to do. Look at the hand, or yeah, look at the wicks on each candle. You can see the indecision. AGLE up 600%. Congrats if you somehow caught that. Just saying. Oh shit. Knocked off Powell. Still waiting on Powell to come and start. GTII to 95 cents. Let's stay to 450-ish. Wow, look at that move on the Qs. Holy shiza. go across there and buy, of course. Bitcoin. TBLT up about 20%, 19. Oh, hard down and recovery back to 18.3 up. T2 well off the highs. Ape struggling to hold on to a resistance line. SPY at support resistance. Trying to get support off that nonsense. VRM is looking an awful lot like TBLT. You can almost picture them as identical charts. Oh, guys, I have a call that I have to take this, but give me 1 second. Hello, this is Jonathan. Sorry, guys, I'm back. Kind of. Let me just finish up this phone call. I'm trying to get something like patented. So, yeah.
But it won't lead to a resilient economy with a strong middle class in the long term. We've taken steps to strengthen our supply chains in hiring and been bringing critical manufacturing back to the U.S. The CHIPS Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law, a number of things. We must continue that progress instead of lowering demand, which is just economics textbook jargon for making people poorer, laying off workers, denying raises. Instead of lowering demand, we can produce more, we can build more, we can grow the economy from the middle out. It's also our first semi-annual report from the Fed since the string of bank failures this spring. Those failures were caused by the same issue at the heart of so many of our economic problems. It's the Wall Street business model. Executives lay off workers. They put short-term increases in quarterly profits and their own compensation above everything and everyone else. At Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, those in charge pushed their banks to grow too big, too fast. They made risky bets. They got massive profits. Executives were paying themselves bonuses right up until the moment that at least one of these banks crashed. To most Americans, that's not surprising. People have gotten all too used to big bankers treating the industry more like a game, or maybe more precisely, an endless ATM for themselves, securing the knowledge they won't
Coinbase.
pay
Don't
any
do that
real
to me.
price if things go wrong. Powell, as chairman, as Senator Scott and I teamed up on a 21-2 vote yesterday. Those days for bank executives are over. Chair Powell, I look forward to hearing today how the Fed will protect American workers in the fight against inflation and promote an economy with a strong, growing middle class. Senator Scott.
AI, what are you
Thank you,
doing?
Chairman. Chair Powell, thanks for joining us today. Such an important time. Your last appearance before this committee was about 4 months ago, just days before the collapse of two banks. And while we continue to investigate those bank failures, it's important to examine the macro factors such as rising interest rates that contributed to the bank failures and the current economic stresses American families face every single day. Looking through the lens, I want to turn to you in your role as Chairman of the Federal Reserve, a role that requires constant scrutiny because the American people deserve nothing less than the best we can offer them. The greatest opportunity to succeed and the strongest tools to pave their path. Unfortunately, the bank failures earlier this year shook confidence in our financial system. But thankfully, our healthy and well-managed institutions stepped up and we
Are
have
they
been
healthy?
able to weather the storm. However, I've been consistently disappointed in your Deputy Vice Chair of Supervision, Michael Barr. Just yesterday, this committee passed, as Chairman Brown just said, near unanimous legislation to encourage good corporate governance. But not just that. We also wanted to focus on the supervisory failure.
Simultaneously,
legislation.
Let's see.
Those are not the same actions taken by Michael Barr.
I
asked him twice
and the 200
when he was here before the committee if he would fire bad bank supervisors for the supervisory neglect that contributed to the epic failures of SVB and Signature. He would not commit to doing anything. And I would ask you in your role as the active executive officer if you would take some action firing those responsible for missing what was glaringly obvious now to all of America, certainly should have been obvious to the supervisors. I said from the beginning that this has been a failure in three parts, the SVB and Signature. It was a failure of the bank execs. The action that we took 21-2 yesterday reinforces Congress is willing to take the lead and hold bank executives accountable. Second failure was a supervisory failure, and that requires the Fed to hold folks accountable just like Congress did. And third, the Biden inflationary economy that has drove prices really high and resulted in 10 rate increases from you all. In the wake of Silicon Valley Bank's downfall, as the vice chair released his report on the failures, we heard directly from you that your role was
13
to
over 48 there
to give briefed on it, but not necessarily to be involved in the work of it. So my question is, as you watch Vice Chair Barr roll out higher capital standards, it seems like your very clear statements is that you will be supporting as well as working to implement Vice Chair
Wow,
Barr's
34.
recommendations. But as you know, that the other members of the board, Governor Bowman has recently said that Mr. Barr wrote a report
Yeah.
on Silicon
I'm
Valley Bank's
sorry,
failure
I'm
that
listening
provided
to
his
Powell
conclusions
testify.
and went on to state that the report should be used to help guide.
Well, yeah. Just can you confirm my email with me, just to make sure that can you like spell it out, just make sure that you have it correct. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's me. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll send it, and then if I don't receive it, I mean, we could try a different email later. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna sign it. I'm gonna sign it when I'm done trading for the day, because the trading session's already started. So I'll sign it when I'm done trading for the day, if that's okay. All right. Thank you. Bye. Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. Thank you, Ranking Member Scott, and other members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. We at the Fed remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to
He does
promote
not want to do
maximum
this right
employment
now.
and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve.
I can't talk about it.
Without it, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. I'll review the current economic situation and then turn to monetary policy. The U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, and recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a modest pace.
Carvana
Although
and green.
growth in consumer spending has picked up this year.
Wow, yeah, streak on
activity in the
Carvana,
housing
huh?
sector remains weak, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. The labor market remains very tight. Over the first 5 months of the year,
again?
job gains averaged a robust 314,000 jobs per month. The unemployment rate moved up, but it remained low in May at 3.7%. There are some signs that supply and demand in the labor market are coming into better balance. The labor force participation rate has moved up in recent months, especially for individuals aged 25 to 54.
SFT headed down, even though everything
Nominal
else in
wage
the
growth
sector,
has
everything
shown
else
some signs
is
of
moving up.
easing,
Excuse me.
and
Can't
job
talk
vacancies have
today,
declined so
apparently.
far this year. While the jobs to workers gap
VRM
has
up to
narrowed,
138,
labor demand still
up another
substantially
8%.
exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation remains well above our longer run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in April, total personal consumption, or PCE, prices rose 4.4%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 4.7%. In May, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, came in at 4.0%, and the change in the core CPI was
Look at that recovery on
5.3%.
C3.
Inflation has
C3 is such a dog. Look at that, right out of the drawing, too. I love it.
Nonetheless, inflation
Let's
pressures
go.
continue to run high, and the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has
Let's
a long
go,
way to
guys.
Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. With
Indecision
inflation
right there.
remaining well above our
13
longer-run
coming on the
goal of
200
2%
and
with
VWAP
labor
there on
market
8 on
conditions
8.
remaining tight, the FOMC has significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. We have raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points since early last year, and we've continued to
Tesla
reduce
up.
our security holdings at a brisk pace.
Look at that recovery on.
We've been seeing the effects of our policy tightening on demand in the most
pull
interest
Tesla up.
rate sensitive sectors of the economy. It It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation.
Tesla, yup.
The economy is facing headwinds from
Ape,
tighter
yup.
credit conditions for households and businesses, which are likely to weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. The extent of these effects remains uncertain.
Yup.
In light of how far we have come in tightening policy, the uncertain lags with which monetary policy affects the economy, and potential headwinds from credit tightening, the FOMC decided last week to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5 to 5.25%.
Volume's already at
to continue the process
13
of
mil, average is
significantly
11.5.
reducing our securities holdings. Nearly all FOMC participants expect that it will be appropriate to raise interest rates somewhat further by the end of the year. But at last week's meeting, considering how far and how fast we've moved, we judged it prudent to hold the target range steady to allow the committee to assess additional information and its implications for monetary policy. In determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, we will take into
Amazon's
account
up
the cumulative
3%.
tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation,
Snap's up 1.5.
and economic and financial developments. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and
Light
inflation,
R up.
as well as the balance of risks. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions.
That recovery on
Restoring
Go
price stability
EV.
is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. Before concluding, let me briefly address the condition of the banking sector. The U.S. banking system is sound and resilient. As detailed in the box on financial stability in the June Monetary Policy Report, the Federal Reserve, together with the Treasury Department and the FDIC, took decisive action in March to protect the U.S. economy and to strengthen public confidence
What are
in
we
our
doing?
banking system. The recent bank failures,
Bitcoin's trying
including the
up.
failure of Silicon Valley Bank and the resulting bank stress, have highlighted the importance of ensuring that we have the appropriate rules and supervisory practices for
Tesla's at
banks of this
260,
size.
chilling.
We're
260,
committed to
17.
addressing these vulnerabilities to make for a stronger and more resilient banking system. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country.
Goldie's actually green now.
Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we
BBAI
can
is up
to achieve
3%.
our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you.
Wow, BBAI
Thank you,
vertical.
Chair Powell. Paul Donovan at UBS has discussed the role that corporate profiteering plays in persistent inflation. While inflation has fallen from 9%, as you know, it has peaked to 4%. Prices continue to climb because of supply shortages and corporate profiteering, what we're starting to call greedflation. Given that rising interest rates certainly won't solve greedflation, why maintain interest rates at the current level or even consider, as you suggested, raising them again, given the risk of harming the livelihoods of
Gold
more than
cross there,
1.5 million
Carvana.
workers and their families?
Mr. Chairman, the committee broadly feels that while monetary policy has gotten to an appropriately
Boyle up
restrictive
1.5
level,
to 327.
if
Remember
the
the split
economy
is this week
performs
though
about
on
as
Boyle.
expected, that it will be
UVXY
appropriate to
and
raise hikes
VXC.
again this year.
Yeah,
and perhaps
greedflation.
twice.
I was
A
actually
strong
going to make a
majority of the
comment about
committee
that
feels
too.
that it will be appropriate again, assuming that the economy
All these new
performs as
definitions.
expected 2 times before the end of this year. We've come very far, and the reason why we
POAI is
maintained
up
our rate at
6%.
the last meeting was to give ourselves more time to stretch out the time for making these decisions. We moved very quickly at the beginning, and we've gradually slowed down. This is just a continuation of that. But we are committed to getting inflation
Ion
under
Q's up
control,
1%, Q's
strong
at
majority of the committee
364.
feels that we're close, but there's a little further to go with rate hikes.
Trying to bump
But
up.
thank you for that answer, but, Mr. Chair, what Fed governors call cooling down regular people where I live call them layoffs. The question is, why should working families continue to bear the cost of fighting inflation? Why should they lose their jobs so that corporate profits can continue to balloon? Let me move to the next question. Our economy's created 13 million new jobs in the last 2.5 years. Black and Latino workers with the lowest incomes have seen the greatest gains in job opportunity and wage growth. What the Fed considers too hot an economy has given these workers their first leg up in decades, if ever. We know the job losses will
Ape
hurt
is going to be
those
trying to
same
defend
workers
the
the most.
gold cross right here. It might
Higher
come down.
interest rates and the resulting
Towards
job
you up.
losses disproportionately impact Black and Latino and low-income workers.
Well, we have
So-
quite an unusual situation in the labor market where we've had persistently much higher
Meds?
demand for workers than the available supply of workers. So some of the process of getting demand and supply back into alignment.
There is a gap there
has
on
been
it,
taking
as
place
everybody knows.
through declining job openings.
There's actually 2 gaps on it,
and
looks
through
like.
lower quits rates and through
Yeah, there are.
wages that are moving, that are still very high, but moving into more sustainable levels of increase. So actually, there hasn't been
So 2 gaps there.
a meaningful increase in unemployment. The unemployment rate has bounced around at historically low levels, and that's fine. That would be the
I'm
the
so glad
perfect
you bought
way for
5K
this
of Carvana
to
at
continue to
$4.
happen. There's no
Great
guarantee
trade,
that
buddy.
will happen. I would just say that it is working families who suffer most directly and quickly from high inflation. And it is
Remember
for the
everyone
benefit
was
of
telling
those
us that they were
people
going out of
and all
business?
other people that we need to restore 2% inflation in this country on a sustained basis.
And thank you, but in the dual mandate suggests that those workers, that obviously you look out for those jobs and those workers, but we also know that those workers are the first to
Yeah,
be laid
but
off. And
the money
would
has
hope
been
that in
made,
your next meeting, the Fed
to me.
recognizes those disparities and
money has
gives them
been
real
made.
weight as you make decisions that will likely at some point result in more layoffs. Probably my last question. Since you last testified in front of this committee, we've had 3 of the largest bank
Size up
failures in
7.
U.S. history. You explored that a bit at the end of your testimony because the executives of those
I don't think they
banks
will,
failed
though,
in
because of the
Banking
pricey
101.
cars currently.
Regulators took swift and decisive actions to protect the banking system and depositors. Thank you for that. That's in stark contrast to regulators' supervisory failures in the years before.
Like, just the price of cars alone, I think, will keep it in
What actions are you
business.
taking today to prevent more bank failures and to make sure banks do real risk management and address liquidity and other basic risks? And you may impart one
We
answer.
lost 3.
He can do
Oh,
it
we just got
himself, but,
364 back on
Ranking
Qs.
Member Scott's comments on
Bitcoin at
on
200.
Vice Chair Barr and where that takes us. But
Ape
what
trying
do
for
you
that
do
gold
to make sure
cross.
banks do real risk management and address liquidity and other basic risks?
So I would say we are committed, and I am personally committed to learning the right lessons from what happened in Silicon Valley Bank and the other 2 failures, and implementing vigorously
IDAI is at
implementing
4%.
approprially. I think there's a clear
The
need to
volume there,
strengthen
though.
both supervision and regulation of banks of that size.
Amazon
And I can
up
go
3.
into more specifics
ARK's now up
in the
6.
course of the hearing, but I do
Nice
think
come
we
up
need
on
to learn
Amazon
those
there.
lessons, and I think we've started to do that.
Very nice come up.
And it's something, what we saw was an unexpected bank failure overnight led to contagion and threatened the broader banking system. And
ARK is
that's
up
not supposed to happen.
6.3.
And we're gonna take appropriate measures to reduce the chances that something like that would happen.
Let me follow up briefly on that. The Fed plans to propose an overhauls we've talked about to existing bank capital requirements, so we have a more resilient banking sector. Is increasing capital requirements for banks with $100 billion or more in assets to prevent future bank failures. Is that a
up.
strategy the Fed plans to, is willing to deploy to promote financial stability?
So we have not come to there hasn't been a final proposal. There's been a draft, a proposal that's been circulated, but it's, in my understanding, it's not final, and I know things are still moving around a little bit. So I don't really have a final proposal that I can comment on. I do think that the capital
Well,
increases
peep the 4 hour on
that
it too.
are getting so much notice are really on the larger banks. There may be also some capital increases in the proposal for banks down to 100 billion, but not below that.
Yesterday you said we want to, in particular the G-SIBs, the 8 largest banks, to have high levels, very high levels of capital and liquidity. You stand by that statement?
I did, and I said, of course, we did spend years raising capital liquidity standards a great deal on those institutions, and I supported all of that.
EFOI is already over average volume. Average volume is 24,000 only.
Justified, though, of course, as any change in rule would be.
But Sean just said that they had a reverse split, though, so heads up on that.
Chairman, let's stay with the capital requirements as you and Chairman were talking about on the larger institutions, but frankly, throughout the entire banking system, pre-financial crisis capital levels were in the single digits. The last decade, it seems
1 for 7. Okay, thank you.
Continually being raised. My question is, how much is too much, and when is enough enough? We are going down a path where something happens or something goes wrong, and the only default solution seems to be to raise the capital standards or the capital on the sidelines. And the formulas that I use are real simple formulas. The higher the capital standards, the lower the capital for the private sector, which means fewer loans and less capital for those who are actually creating jobs. And so when we have too much capital on the sidelines, then we have too little capital
This guy's
for
making a great
actually
point.
creating and producing a vibrant economy. At some point, if you've raised it from single digits just a decade ago during the crisis, pre-crisis to now, frankly, rumors are as high as 20% for our GSIBs is a possible outcome.
Jesus Christ.
How much is too much?
I think that's exactly the right question. As you point out, there is a trade-off between making the banks safer, more
Apple's
secure,
7%.
more resilient. You want them to be.
Why is PBS fucking lagging?
And quickly from high inflation between making the banks safer, more secure, more resilient. You want them to be very strong, particularly the large banks, so that they can continue to intermediate and lend money and things like that, continue to function during even stressful situations. But it's with bank capital, it's always going to be a trade-off between the availability and cost of credit.
TOAI at 5. I'm going to try a different source because this PBS one is not working.
Do you disagree with that?
No, I think that's right.
Yeah. And so in the end, as we celebrate what seems to be a healthy economy, the truth of the matter is that the average person in our nation today
IoT is up now
struggles to
3%.
make their ends meet because of the
Look at that.
inflationary impact
Look at that move.
on their bottom line. And what
So
that
strong.
means for them is that there's a crisis for a single mother like the one that raised me, or seniors on fixed incomes. And we have yet to, as a nation, adjust for the 500 basis points increase in how we service our debt. Said differently, the more money we have to use for servicing our debt, the less money we have for meeting the needs of the
Guys, I
American
forgot.
people.
Please like and sub for the
Therefore,
algos.
Sprinting,
I'd appreciate it.
Printing and spending
Totally helps me
$4
out.
trillion after COVID was over has led to the inflation that we're seeing.
it a sending
and that,
channel?
as a result, led to the 10 rate increases. So how do you, as chairman of the Federal Reserve, talk to policymakers about the importance of
Damn near close.
being responsible from a monetary perspective?
Wait, I'm getting
I
another
know
phone call.
I've seen and heard your comments that that's not your lane, but
Hello, this is Jonathan.
certainly the actions that we take here impacts, frankly, significantly what you have had to do in order to slow down Biden's absolutely explosive inflation.
Let me start by saying that actually you were talking about real wages a moment ago. Real wages actually did go up at the lower end of the income spectrum, and now they are positive, but they're not as positive as we'd like to see them.
Yes.
So, but to your real question, I would just say this, that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. It has been so for a long time. We need to deal with that sooner or later, and sooner is better than later. But that's what I can say, and that's what essentially all of my predecessors have said. We are not charged with supervising fiscal policy in any way. It's just, but as a high level matter from the standpoint of the economy, that's what I can say.
Well, here's another analogy that works for me as a former football player, a running back. If my line isn't blocking and I keep getting my head hammered, I'm going to say something to the line. At some point, I think it's your responsibility to talk about the importance of fiscal responsibility. That to the side, my last thought and question for you is that SVB suffered because their bond portfolio ended up carrying water in a negative way. You have a $8 trillion balance sheet and beyond. Every report that I've read is that your bond portfolio, our bond portfolio, the Fed, is underwater as well. Can you talk to me about the losses that you're experiencing at the Fed from a bond perspective?
Remember that the way it works at the Fed is when we when we buy assets during QE, we pay for them with overnight interest rate reserves. And we've, for many, many years during the QE era, we've earned a spread, and we've been sending money to the Treasury.
Sorry,
over
I'm
$1
listening
trillion
to Fed Chair
since
Powell speak.
QE
Give
started.
me 1 second.
And so now that rates have gone back up to 5%, that process has reversed. And these are paper losses. They have absolutely no effect on our ability to conduct monetary policy, or really on the economy. It's an accounting effect. If we retained capital, then that would be it would look completely different. But we don't. We give all of our profits to the Treasury.
So you were giving profits to the Treasury, now you're not. That has an actual effect. I mean, if I was getting $10 and now I'm not, there's an effect.
Well, the Treasury then will have to borrow money that it doesn't get.
Wait, where do I see the NDA that you sent me? Because I'm not seeing that.
That Congress authorizes, but that's not going to it's not going to be it's not going to affect
okay, all right.
It's like that much.
To me, I have the holistic view of our economy.
And that came from Samar, right?
Fewer dollars coming in, which requires us to raise taxes. That in the end has a real impact on American taxpayers. But thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm safe. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Chairman. After announcing the rate hike pause.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, consultation is booked. So, okay, all right, got it. All right, let me go ahead and let me walk away from my day job real quick, so we can have a conversation.
Last year, when non-core inflation was at 8.6%, it is now 4%, and core inflation has fallen as well. So that sounds like progress to me, especially when you consider that according to the San Francisco Federal Reserve, it can take more than a year for tax rate hikes to take full effect, which means that so far only 3 of the 10 rate hikes since last year are in full effect. So can you expand a bit more on that statement from last week? What progress do you expect to see that you currently aren't seeing?
Sure. So, of course, you're absolutely right. Headline inflation has come down by essentially half, but that's largely due to energy prices coming down and commodity prices that go into food coming down. And those are not, I won't say that they're not affected at all by monetary policy, but they're principally affected by other things in the economy. You know, the war in Ukraine drove energy prices up quite a bit, and also food prices. That's not really, those things are not principally a function of monetary policy, although we probably have some effect at the margin. So we look at core inflation, and we look at how tight the economy is. We are seeing progress, for example, in supply chains getting better. That again is not really a function of monetary policy. Really, where monetary policy takes effect is in the service sector, and that's where we haven't seen much progress. So, but we are seeing progress in other places, as you point out. Inflation broadly is coming down. But as I said in my remarks, we still have a long way to go. Inflation is still running between 4% and 5%.
So do you think that the lag period for rate hikes to affect inflation has lengthened, or are rate hikes as a monetary policy tool becoming less effective?
I don't think they're becoming less effective, but these are real questions. And the thing with lags is, this day and age, financial conditions react before we act. So the markets are already pricing in rate hikes. So that's quicker. But the effect of those financial conditions on the economy still takes time. It works very quickly on housing, for example, but less so on the service sector, which is not very interest sensitive. So I don't think that has changed. Others have a different view and different directions they think in which it's changed. There's not a consensus agreement on how long monetary policy takes to affect the economy. So some people think a very long time, some people think right away. So I tend to think let's look at the middle of that, and a year and change is that's not a bad way to look at it. But policy actually started tightening well before that. Before we didn't raise rates until March, but policy had already tightened substantially before the first rate hike in March.
Well, I will say, I know that you have a dual mandate, you know that as well. The last jobs report shows that unemployment is starting to tick upward for women and African Americans. So I hope that the cure is not more consequential than what we're trying to achieve. Recent reports reported that there's almost $1.5 trillion in commercial mortgages that will come due in the next 2 years, many of them held by small and regional lenders. With property values declining and interest rates rising, these mortgages could be serious liabilities for many banks. Do you think that we may see some banks fail as these mortgages come due? And if so, what can we do ahead of time to prevent that scenario?
So we're spending a lot of time on these issues, and we have been for quite some time. And again, I think you put your finger on it. It's really which banks have concentrations, high concentrations of real estate, and that is not seen in the large banks. It's seen in some of the smaller banks. So we've identified those banks, and there's a supervisory toolkit where we work with banks to try to help them resolve those issues by raising capital or dealing with what's happening. And, of course, what is happening in the office space nationally, there's an issue with people working from home and just less demand. There's a sort of one-time adjustment going on. There are also some other pockets of commercial real estate where there's some softness. So we're working with banks to work our way through this. We're very aware and very focused on the problem.
Well, I'm concerned that it's a ticking time bomb. And let me just say that last week you said that commercial real estate risks are unlikely to pose a systemic risk because the loans are broadly spread and mostly held by smaller banks. But how can we ensure that the potential losses in the commercial real estate don't lead to the draining of assets from smaller and mid-sized banks, and then create further consolidation in the banking sector that brings us back to, I don't want to be back to 2008 when I was here and was asked to do extraordinary things.
We certainly don't want to be there either. And so we're being pretty proactive about reaching out to these institutions and trying to help them get through these significant issues. Again, it's not all smaller banks. It's just some of them have high concentrations in real estate, and it's not in the large banks, which of course was where the problem was in 2008 and 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Kennedy of Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Mr. Chairman, and to your colleagues. Thanks to all of you for giving so much to our country. As you know, our fiscal year, meaning the federal government's fiscal year, begins October 1. We're in the process of putting together a budget. If we pass a budget, we meaning Congress passes a budget that increases spending by, let's say, 10%, roughly $650 billion, what would be the impact on inflation?
So if it's, it depends on, if it were funded by tax increases or other spending cuts, I guess in your hypothetical, it's not. It's I think deficit spending at the margin stimulates the economy at the margin. It's a big economy, though.
And what will be the impact on inflation?
It would probably be a small effect on inflation ultimately, but there would be an effect through stimulation of the economy. It would be more demand, which would, just in general, I'm not commenting on. I'm sort of commenting on fiscal policy here, but nonetheless, there would be an effect on inflation.
I'm just asking you about basic economics. Yeah. I just read a piece by one of your economists from the San Francisco Fed, Mr. Shapiro, who's arguing that labor costs had virtually nothing to do with service inflation and a negligible factor in broader inflation. And I read this stuff.
Sorry, guys, patent stuff. Patent stuff.
What planet they parachuted in from? If Congress passes a budget.
Patent stuff.
In my prior example,
smash that like button, you slackers. Thank you very much. Hold on one second. I got a phone call while I was.
What impact will that have on inflation?
Scheiße.
So that would, you'd have less stimulus for demand.
Who is?
And you'd be cutting programs if you did that.
Well, I gotta see what attorney this is.
Or you'd be slowing the economy down, and the impact would be less demand. Neither of these.
Bitcoin hard down.
The supply side at all. So less demand would mean less economic activity, less spending, and that would have a negative
201.
More stimulus by federal.
Oh, I like these people too. I called them after work.
Is that right?
Sorry.
So we've been in this situation where inflation was so stable for 25 years, you remember, and almost nothing that we did mattered for inflation. And it's called the so-called flat Phillips curve, where there just wasn't a connection between how tight the economy is and inflation.
All right, now I'm done.
That does not appear to be the case right now. I think many people would say that the Phillips curve is now not so flat, and that there is an interaction between.
So that's a yes.
I think that's a yes. Yeah, it's
Okay.
this is the economics, you know.
And less spending by government it means less stimulus, which tends to be disinflationary. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about the Basel III end game. You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
There's been some reporting.
I might buy
Of course,
something right now.
Not everybody has to follow. Not every country has to follow the Basel recommendations. The European Union is not following. They're going their own way, and we're kind of going our own way in America, using the Basel directives as a guidepost. But it's been reported that the Fed's going to raise capital requirements by as much as 20%. Excuse me, it's going to raise capital requirements to 20%. Is that right?
No, the idea would be to raise them by 20%. In other words, if 20% of whatever current capital requirements are, you would raise it by 20% of the total existing amount.
Okay.
So
if J.P. Morgan's capital requirement right now is, let's say 13%, it would go to 15%.
Right, something like that. If that were to be what happens.
And this will be for banks $100 billion or more?
No, there isn't a final proposal. So, and I know it's still in motion. I know things are still changing.
Yeah, but you folks are talking
I've been
about
briefed
it,
on
and
it.
you're going to have a lot of input.
No, that's right. So, but I will say.
That's what I want to spend right now.
Your question was.
Are you going to raise capital requirements for 20% to banks $100 billion or more? Or are you going to affect community banks as well?
No, the capital requirements will be very, very skewed to the 8 largest banks, the GSIBs. There may be some capital increases for the other banks, and there won't. I think none of this should affect banks under $100 billion.
The really big banks? You're talking about?
Yes.
Are they the ones that are at risk right now?
Don't want to do it, guys.
They weren't. They were a source of strength in a place of strength.
They're doing pretty well.
Turmoil. Yeah.
We've gone from too big to fail to we're damn happy they're big. I mean, haven't we?
You should not be saying that.
I would say that, as I mentioned, we spent a lot of time and a lot of effort raising the capital standards 10 years ago and more recently, and I supported all of that and was happy to do so. And I think.
Senator Kennedy's time to
Keep
start. Senator
trying,
Smith
bro.
of Minnesota.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Hell no, I did not.
As you always do.
Hell no, I did not.
Schedule and time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and
Hell
Chair
no.
Powell, welcome back to the committee. So I have a slightly different perspective than Senator Kennedy does on this
I
question
will not
of
lose this
inflation and debt. I don't.
I might be
think
down now, but I'm not going to lose
discretionary
this
spending is the
trade.
problem when it comes to our federal budget. If you look at it, military and non-defense discretionary spending has hovered at about 3% of GDP for the last 30 years. And in fact, discretionary spending has decreased over the last 30 years. So clearly, that is not the problem with what's going on with our debt. It's not what's driving debt growth. The big change is in revenues. So the national debt has increased to nearly 100% of GDP because of the Bush and the Trump tax cuts. And without those tax cuts, in other words, if we'd left our tax levels at roughly what they were in the Clinton administration, which in no way restrained economic growth, the budget would only have been significantly out of balance during the Great Recession and during COVID. So, Chair Powell, I'm not going to ask you to comment on that because I know you don't like to comment on fiscal policy, but I feel that that's important context for the committee to have as we think about what is driving inflation and what we are doing about it. I have been really struck by how remarkably resilient the labor market has been over the last 16 months or so, which is a good thing as we do the work we want to do to grow the middle class and create more opportunity and more financial security for people. And so rates have risen 10 times, yet unemployment is still near
INFI is at 9.
historic lows, and
APE is
wages
at 10.
are growing. Now, as you and others have pointed out, real wage growth has been clearly impacted by inflation, which is a real challenge for especially middle-class families, working families. Although I believe, as you said, Chair Powell, let me just check this, that real wage growth has ticked up in the last couple of months. Is that right? Do I have that right?
So at the beginning, it was positive real wage growth only at the bottom of the income spectrum. I believe now on a 12-month basis that overall wages are moving up faster than inflation.
Right.
Just recently.
Right. And so, I mean, I think, clearly we're not there yet. Clearly we have more work to do. I'm encouraged by the progress we've made so far. And I also just want to point out that the significant investments that we have been making in domestic manufacturing and bringing supply chains home and supporting prevailing wage jobs, I think are an important part of the success story, this economic success story.
VRM
not
up
mitigating
7.
the impact and the need
Watch
to
that. That's
continue
a double top,
to
though.
bring
Is that
inflation
VWAP
back
right now?
down. So, Chair Powell, my question for you is, you said last week and you're saying today that while the labor market remains tight, you're seeing signs that labor supply and demand are falling back into sync. Do you see a path for inflation to continue slowing without us seeing significant job losses and doing harm to middle-class families, working families?
1%.
I do continue to see
hard
that
down on
path.
Bitcoin.
You're
Down
right.
2% double
the labor
bottom.
market is really
I want to change the name of
strength
this
the
live,
economy. It's what's
actually,
driving the
real quick, for Powell.
economy. It's very, very strong demand for workers, and workers are getting jobs and they're getting paid and they're spending money, and that's driving demand and the whole thing. But it's gradually cooling, and that's what we would want to see. So I think there is a path, and ideally the means by which demand and supply get back into alignment will involve things like the job openings rate coming down as opposed to the unemployment rate going up. Although, if you look at our forecasts, it's not a desired objective, but we do expect
back
on
towards
this
the
path
200
that the unemployment
VWAP.
rate will go up a little further because it is historically low, even at 3.7%. Until this,
Can you just try to
the
bounce
last
off
few
VWAP?
years, we really haven't seen that for 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we do think it'll come up a little bit, but ideally, most of the loosening will come in the form of other ways.
Right. And so to the extent that we're able to pursue policies that strengthen the labor market, that contribute to the resiliency of the labor market, it seems as if that should help to mitigate the negative impacts on the labor market that rising rates would have, because in effect what rising rates do is it slows growth and potentially leads to layoffs.
So our part of it is to try to get inflation under control, and that's what we're doing. And ideally, we'll do that with as little as possible, damage to the economy and the labor market.
Set up.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Smith. Senator Tillis of North Carolina is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Powell, thank you for being here. I got a quick question. Yesterday, Governor Cook said in this committee that the Basel Endgame proposal from the vice chair, she has not had an opportunity to look at it. Now we hear reports that they, I think that it's 1,000 pages long, probably with a lot of technical information.
See if Bitcoin gets a bounce.
How much time are the voting principals going to have to fully review and vet this proposal?
90 days.
And is there any expectation that review would result in any changes, or is it just a matter of them either saying yes or no, they agree with Barr's recommendations?
So, I would say I will make sure that there's enough time for governors to review the final proposal. We've been briefed on the contents of it, and it's still in motion.
3 months or 6 months,
there will be a proposal that comes to the board for approval, and it'll be subject to discussion. And,
key level there on Bitcoin, how you want to hold?
It's possible there will be further changes before the vote or as a result of the vote, but we'll make sure people have time to review it.
As you're going through the review process, do you believe that it would be appropriate to give members of this committee or members of Congress a sort of roadmap for what the recommendations entail prior to moving forward?
So I think that'll happen, I think that'll happen because I think Vice Chair Barr would probably be giving public remarks at some point before the meeting. And I guess I understand now that the head of the FDIC actually gave a speech this morning. I didn't see it, but I know he gave a speech about this subject.
Can you explain why comments from Mr. Barr
TRKA
about having
coming
a
up on
safe and sound
300,000
banking
volume?
system square with a banking system that needs additional
Ape is
capital?
at
So that's the question is, of course, we
volume,
spent all those years
average
raising
11.5.
capital for the largest banks, and I think, further
VRM
increases
average is
will have to be justified.
6.14,
And
showing
there will be,
2.17.
we've always known that the Basel III endgame was going to bring some capital increases and bring a discussion about the
GTII is
trade-offs.
up 8.
And, there are trade-offs between higher capital, and that's the discussion we're going to be having. And we haven't had it yet, but we will.
I watched your opening testimony in my office. Actually, Gus was there. He says hello. Chair Powell's met my office dog. But
Hello back to Gus.
but
Tell him I said he was a good boy.
Mr. Chair, you've
I can't believe we pay these people that sit in Congress and talk about this.
I'm kind of curious about Silicon Valley Bank now. Yesterday, we had an appropriate hearing and a markup on executive compensation. I voted against
This
it
could
for
be a
couple
potential
reasons.
double bottom
I
off
think
the
we need to work
DUI.
on more tailoring, and I hope as it moves through, we can work in good faith to address some things that would
This is engulfing, so
get
I'm going to
me
draw over it.
to a yes. But another reason why, one of the concerns I had about that meeting is I think
Actually,
we
I
could
could do
pass an
this.
executive comp bill and think that we're done with the root causes of Silicon Valley Bank. I, for one thing, it was equal parts of management malpractice and supervisory malpractice. So the question I have is who in the Fed is ultimately going to give me a straight answer on what the breakdowns were in the supervisory functions, who those people were, and to the extent that we found less than adequate supervision, what's the disposition of their jobs? Who's that person? Because I ask everybody and they say it's not in their lane. So who is the person that owns me in the same way that we've mapped the CEO and various members of the bank having made egregious decisions that they should have their compensation clawed back? Who can I talk to that says we've looked at the supervisory process, here were some lapses, they didn't use the optionality of 2155. We now are seeing increased reports of MRAs and MRIAs, so I think there are supervisors out there that are probably understanding Senate Bill 2155 better. But who can answer that question for me? This comes down to a handful of human beings who are responsible for the supervisory functions of SVB.
Tough for me to say that something's not in my lane. So
yeah,
and I also think tough for Vice Chair Barr. So it is our lane. And but I what. So if I can address what it is you're asking though, it's.
Are you looking chart?
I would say clearly supervisory failures, and let's not just say San Francisco. It's very much at the board. We are accountable to delegated
Crypto
functions.
firm
It's
Ripple gets
definitely at the
in-principle
board.
payments
The buck
license in
stops at the
Singapore?
board on supervision, not at San Francisco Reserve Bank, although they're involved. So we need to learn the lessons and we need to implement changes. It's not just supervision though. We need to fix liquidity regulation because of the speed of the. It's just a different world, and the regulation for liquidity, the LCR and the NSFR, they're just not adequate to a world where people are moving money around on their phones like that. So, we're doing all of that. I think we're doing it very transparently.
I might
and
buy
rapidly.
some
The piece of it
XRP. Hold on a second.
You won't be satisfied with is we. In public service, people, if they engage in malfeasance, if they conduct criminal behavior, if they break rules and things like that, they get fired.
I might have to.
Nothing like that happened here. The San Francisco Fed they had identified the issues, they had notified the management team that they needed, but it just wasn't forceful enough. And that's a problem with our system, I think, and the way bank regulation is a very kind of procedural-oriented thing where you're raising things like that. And we need to be able to be nimble and more forceful where appropriate. Not every day on every decision, but on where it's appropriate. So that's what I think we're working on now.
Well, thank you. And again, thank you. You've been very accessible. I'm going to try and request a meeting after the recess sometime this summer. I would like to get back with you, and we'll be submitting questions for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Schultz. I would add that I don't think that Congress in 2155 and Barr's predecessor, Mr. Quarles, weakening the rules even
I don't want
more.
to do a wire
And
transfer.
frankly,
What the
all
fuck?
of you at the Fed in those earlier days, and the Congress and the administration those earlier days are off the hook either.
Here we
For
go.
Silicon Valley Bank, Senator Ben Holland of Maryland's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Powell. I just want to make sure I have a couple observations straight in looking at the most recent report, beginning with wage growth, because throughout the last couple of years, we've seen rising wages. We've also seen, of course, rising prices. But it's been my observation that for lower wage workers, the people who are working paycheck to paycheck, real wages are up. In other words, the increase in their wages outpaced the increase in prices they were facing. And your latest report seems to indicate that that trend is actually even more broad-based right now. Could you speak to that?
That is right. Exactly right. At the beginning of the pandemic, the wages went up a great deal for people in those public-facing service jobs that are relatively low paid because that's where the shortages were, and they got positive real wages. But that has now spread. I think overall, on a 12-month basis, you now have wage growth by most measures that's higher than inflation. So real wages going up.
Well, that's obviously a good news story for the economy. Let me ask you about labor force participation, because we've also seen more people reentering the labor force. Obviously, that helps with, inflation, wage inflation. And I understand that immigration actually has been an important part of that. Could you speak to the role of immigration in that?
Sorry guys, I'm
Sure.
sitting here trying to make it straight.
Participation has moved up, I think, more than we had expected. It didn't move up last year. We were very disappointed, and then now it has moved up, and that's more people in the labor force. The other thing that's happened, though, is immigration basically went to almost zero during the pandemic, and there's been quite a strong rebound in immigration, and that's creating more people in the workforce. So we think one of the reasons why businesses are reporting that that labor supply and demand are getting into better balance is because of both participation and immigration.
Thank you. I'm still hearing, and I know you are, and it's still a real phenomenon, that there are huge workforce shortages, especially in healthcare, nursing, all sorts of areas, and look forward to identifying ways to deal with those issues. So just a broad question on how you approach the decisions regarding interest rates, and I very much support the decision you and your colleagues made to pause the increase in interest rates. I understand you're going to.
I just bought more XRP,
by the way. I understand the signaling you've already given regarding the future. But
you love the picture of the clown? Bob, I just bought XRP. It's funny you hopped in here.
Mandate to maximize employment. You also have a price stability mandate. But then you also have this other responsibility regarding being a prudential regulator, overseeing the banks, including Silicon Valley Bank. So my question is this: to what extent did the crash at Silicon Valley Bank, and to what extent does continuing concerns
be ready for trading tonight
about stability in the banking area impact the decisions that you make going forward with respect to?
It said that I was It said that I was being processed, so that should be good.
Substantial research showing that when you have a shock to banking, like the one we had in March, to a sector of the banking industry, that if you come back in 6 months, you will see lower lending. And it doesn't appear immediately, but it's strong in the data. So we have been saying, we've been waiting to see that does play a part, at least in my thinking, that there may be a bit more tightening in the pipeline than there otherwise would.
Volume is over 300,000 now.
Evidence of it yet, but then again, we wouldn't expect to see. But it all points to me in the same direction. We moved very, very quickly.
Coinbase 55.55.
We've been slowing down since last December, from 75 to 50
38
to 25 at
AI.
every meeting. And now
AI trying to recover here, double bottom,
at least close to
at the
where we think our
200, in between the 200 and the 48. At VWAP.
And it only makes common sense to move
this is Powell.
at a careful pace. We don't want to do more than we have to, but we do think, overwhelmingly, people on the committee do think that there's more rate hikes coming, but we want to make them at a pace that allows us to see incoming information, so we make good decisions.
Thank you. Thanks, Chairman Holland. Senator Vance is recognized from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Chairman Powell, thanks for being here. Good to see you. I want to sort of pick up on some of the questions that Senator Tillis was asking about Basel III and in particular some of the capital requirements and how they affect the regional banking ecosystem in particular. And maybe we can just sort of start with some background on the Silicon Valley Bank situation, just to make sure we're on the same page. I suspect we agree on this, but I want to sort of make sure, and if not, have a discussion about it. So Silicon Valley Bank, I think sort of broadly agree that the reason the bank ultimately collapsed is they were way too exposed to long-term interest rate risk because the interest rates went up.
Trying to recover?
Their balance sheet deteriorated. That, of course, led to a liquidity crisis, and then the bank was put into receivership. One thing that I've heard a lot of folks talk about, and this is in the context of Basel III, but also in other contexts as well, is the idea that we need to increase capital requirements, in particular on some of the small and medium-sized banks. Of course, if we adopted Basel III, that would happen. But as I understand it, if Silicon Valley Bank, let's say in the years leading up to the crisis, were exposed to higher capital requirements, isn't it plausible that they would have satisfied those higher capital requirements by buying more long-term treasuries?
All right, bear with me for a second here.
It doesn't matter what the assets were. You just have to have capital is the difference between your assets and your liabilities. If they'd had more assets of whatever character, including treasuries, then they would have had more capital.
Exactly. So I just want to be clear here. If they had bought long-term treasuries, not saying they would have done that, but if they had a higher capital requirement and they bought long-term treasuries, additional long-term treasuries, that would have in fact satisfied the higher capital requirement.
In other words, treasuries could have been used.
Treasuries are capital.
Sorry. Well, no, they're an asset.
Sorry, treasuries are an asset.
Hello, is Bob there? Oh, dude, yeah. What's up? What did Johnson email you? They just gave you $3K for what? Yeah. Well, how much is the rest of the amount? That's ballin', dude. Well, I mean, they've been treating you like shit, though, haven't they? Can I put you on speaker right now? Because it'd be cool to just be able to, so people can hear both sides of the conversation. It's not sensitive. Okay.
Just giving me, I shouldn't say giving me, but she ended up reaching out to a lot of people. Oh. And they ended up funding me my cost for the money that I spent on my tutoring, and they refunded me my cost for the chemistry class and the lab.
I mean, I just think it's fucked up that they gave you a hard time last semester, too. And
No, it was every semester. So I snapped this time because the student advisor thought she was going to be fucking alpha after me punking her for 3 semesters, saying, yo, you're not setting my schedule up. You failed the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time. Like, you're never getting another opportunity. I'm sorry. If you think you deserve one, you don't. And she's like, I'm sorry to tell you, but I have to do this. And I'm like, okay, we'll see about that. So I made a few phone calls. I snapped out. I let the college know what I think about them and what everybody else thinks about them, how they're fucking me and how they fucked everyone else. And, yeah, they sent me money.
Oh, I mean, that's dope that you got, like, what? Well, you said $3K.
I mean, I'm just happy that I got refunded my money because I spent about $2,000 on the tutor between trigonometry and chemistry, you know what I mean? So it's like that other $1,000 was between me driving to fucking Bloomsburg and Kutztown for fucking 2 semesters.
Word.
So yeah, I'm pumped up. I just called you to tell you that. I forgot you were on fucking stream today.
No, you're good. You're good.
But I'm on your stream here now, and I'm watching.
All right. Let me know if you see anything additional come out about XRP, because if they just expanded into Singapore, that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I was just going to get onto a video about that. They've been in Singapore. I shouldn't say they've been in Singapore, but they've been working on Singapore. I just seen something about Singapore. So, yeah, I'll go watch that video, and then I'll hop up into the group chat, let you know. Group chat, but...
Yeah, because there's more than just me that's interested in XRP. I know that for sure.
Yeah, so basically what I'm seeing right now is Ripple Singapore and more CB partners, according to the Fed.
Oh, and that's coming from the Fed?
That's what this is telling you right here. Let me just continue watching this first.
Yeah, please double check, and then we'll come back to it.
I'm gonna mute your live, and I'll get back to you in 19 minutes.
Bye. Thank you for standing up for me, Steve. Bitcoin cup and handle on the daily. Look at Amazon up 4%. Wild. Let's see. Cup and handle on the daily on. I see it. I feel like you'd be a fool not to. I'm happy that I have that littered in supply lines. I definitely see it though. DRMA. Trying out. ARC up about 6 still. DRMA trying to move. Remember, trust the blue line. Look at the wicks on these candles here, too. Pay attention to wicks. VRM up 9. Pushing the intraday high. Ape just chilling at 10% up. Don't be surprised if that just moves sideways all day, and it gets stuck at around 9% or around 10%. That would not surprise me in the slightest. I don't know why I had 2 VRMs up. My bad, guys. Bro, you're literally like the most annoying person ever. Oh, what did I do that for? Thank you, Steve. No more people, no more complaining from anybody. Sorry, I have an ad here. Ape is trying to lift, so is TRKA. Come on, commercials. Now I feel like you guys watching these commercials, like for me. There we go.
Down because there weren't enough semiconductors. I mean, I personally didn't realize that you needed a lot of semiconductors in a car, but now everybody knows that. So what happened was, how do you decide who gets the car? So the prices went up a lot. Car prices went up because when there's a lot of supply and restricted, a lot of demand and restricted supply, you get higher prices. As the economy returns to normal function and we have more semiconductors now, supply chains are getting better. What's happening is corporate profit margins are coming back down, as you would expect, and so that's just the way the economy is working.
Let's get some lift, guys.
So is it fair to say that you don't believe that price gouging wasn't a factor?
So I think that the collision between very strong demand and limited supply was a big factor, particularly as it relates to goods inflation. It's not much of a factor as it relates to housing services inflation or services inflation, which account for about 3/4 of inflation.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ceding the time back to the chairman.
Thanks, Senator Fetterman. Senator Daines of
Bear with
Montana.
me, guys. See.
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Powell, good to have you here this morning. In Montana, as well as the Mountain West, inflation remains above 5%. In fact, we're higher than any other region in the nation. whether it's gas stations, grocery stores, increasing prices, and its real-life impacts remain truly a top-of-mind and daily issue for Montanans.
We looked at Kava
With
before.
inflation remaining stubbornly high, I can't help but reflect on the warning signs that were ignored by my colleagues across the aisle while they raced to push through trillions of dollars in partisan spending disguised as COVID relief. And now the American people are bearing the brunt of this reckless
it's too new for me to trade.
In fact, for the
that's just me. I don't trade things at just IPO.
Raise over the past 2
now,
years,
if this thing went into the gutter,
received a pay cut.
I might consider it. But
Chair Powell,
I don't take trades like that. It's too new.
And steadfast in your effort to rein in inflation for the sake of all Americans. Unfortunately, record high inflation is not the only crisis the Fed is having to navigate.
I got you, fam.
While bank regulators were more focused on climate change than actually regulating the banks under their supervision, several coastal banks collapsed and caused panic across the banking sector. Before the dust even settled, several of my colleagues across the aisle immediately began calling for increased regulations and greater capital requirements for banks, with little appreciation for the negative impacts.
Okay, first of all, no, I don't. Second of all, when did I ever claim to be a baller?
Across the country, I've heard from community banks across Montana who are justifiably concerned.
I never claimed to be a baller. Just saying.
Punished for the actions of a few poorly regulated and poorly managed banks. You mentioned several times in your testimony yesterday and again here today that the U.S. banks remain strong and well capitalized. Chair Powell, if banks are so well capitalized, why the urgency now to increase capital requirements that would really prevent another Silicon Valley Bank?
Well, let me say first that I think we don't have a final proposal to talk about yet. When we do, we'll be able to talk much more specifically about it. But for community banks and banks, any banks under $100 billion, this is, I don't think they're going to be part of this proposal. So we're really talking about principally the very largest banks, the GSIBs, and to a lesser extent, the banks, the regionals, and then the banks between 100 and 250. And you asked the right question. The question is more capital the answer? And we'll be addressing that. We'll be making a proposal. We'll be soliciting public comment on that. I'm well aware that there's a trade-off here. More capital means more stable banks. It means stronger banks, but there's also a trade-off there. And with capital, you've got to make a judgment about where you draw that line.
Yeah, and then to that point, increasing the capital requirements could in turn decrease lending. Will the impact this have
volume now
on
355
small businesses who may not be able to get a loan be taken into account before
what up, Alan? I missed you, buddy. I was actually just thinking about you.
I mean, the thing is, stronger capital means banks will be able to continue to lend during difficult times too, right? So that's why we do it. Is for those stressful times, but it is a judgment call.
Carvana trying to twist.
There's a lot of science and arithmetic that goes into it, but ultimately deciding how high to go.
Life at its finest. But you're about to be a fucking $1 million man. So I mean, it is what it is.
Be listening carefully.
It's different for you.
To the comments.
You alluded to focus more on the GSIBs and trying to spare
IoT looks great in my opinion. I love IoT. IoT trails AI though pretty often, so just keep that in mind.
But are you prepared to commit?
I know you. Oh, you definitely worked for it. You definitely worked for it. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of shit of you for how hard you've worked, actually.
So let me say, my understanding is that the proposal doesn't affect banks under $100 billion, and I would have serious questions as to why it would. And particularly, most community banks, for example, in your state, are much smaller.
You work your balls off for that.
I don't know why we would be looking at their capital. They're generally quite well capitalized.
Great, thank you. Let's turn on inflation. Back to that earlier statement. I appreciate the wait and see approach the FOMC took at its most recent meeting. But as I noted in my remarks, inflation
most traded contracts, Amazon, June 130 calls.
Mountain West and labor markets remain as tight
Tesla,
as we've
June
ever seen.
260
It was
calls,
noted, however, that the committee
250
is
push.
poised to continue raising rates later this
Goldie
year. My
Veal say
final
good stuff to
question,
add. Yeah, I
can you
like it.
expand just a bit more on your outlook for the rest of the year and speak to your continued commitment to do whatever is necessary to bring inflation back to your 2% target?
Yes, so I think if you look at the committee's forecasts, and mine are very similar, we expect modest growth going forward. Growth in the below the sort of longer run growth rate of the United States economy, which is around 2% or a little bit less. Growth lower than that. And we expect the labor market to continue to gradually cool off. And with that, there's an expectation that inflation will continue to move down later this year. And if things happen that are sort of broadly in keeping with that, the strong majority of the committee believes that it will be appropriate to raise the federal funds rate again once or twice by the end of the year. A strong majority came down on twice between now and the end of the year. So I think the data will tell us what to do. I think the point of our meeting, the last meeting, was really to moderate the pace of our decision-making on this because, it was very important to move quickly last year, and we did. It's not so important now because we've come so far and we're relatively close, we think, to where we need to get. But we will, people should believe, and broadly speaking, the data show that they do believe that we will do what it takes to get inflation down to 2% over time.
Thank you. Senator Haggerty from Tennessee is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
trka
Chairman Powell, good to see
trying
you again. I'd like to start with something that has troubled me since our hearing yesterday regarding the Basel III Endgame proposal that's coming forward by Vice Chair Barr. The proposal is going to have far-reaching ramifications, I think. It's rumored to have over 1,000 pages in it. Yet when I asked Governor Cook about the proposal yesterday, she told me she hadn't seen it, has not reviewed it. And my understanding is that the agencies, including the Fed, are due to vote on this on the 18th of July. And given the fact, and I think Senator Warner described it aptly yesterday, the potential for a perfect storm here, if the rumors that we're hearing about capital requirement increases that may be proposed are true, this may come at a time, banks may be preparing for a capital increase at a time when we absolutely need banks to be lending, not constraining lending by raising capital requirements. So I think there are numerous analyses, the impacts on the small business community,
are the IVs already
juiced
on it?
Need to be taken into account. And I'm very concerned, particularly in light of
that's a nice little
Governor Cook's response that she had not reviewed it, hasn't seen it, and didn't seem to have any perspective on it at this point in time. It's a very short window to undertake a decision on something as complex as we may be talking about with over 1,000 pages in this report. So my question of you is, how will this process be managed at the Fed in terms of the decision-making and the analyses that need to take place?
So I'll make sure that governors have enough time to carefully evaluate this. So the staff has been briefing governors,
IVs,
for the past few weeks about what. But the proposal is still evolving, though. You're still. I'm hearing even as recently as this morning, things are moving still. So it's not possible when you say we haven't seen it. We have not seen a final proposal.
Wait, tomorrow?
There isn't something to send to the committee, and I think. You can be briefed on the current state of where things are, and I have been in detail. But ultimately, when you sit down to read this large document, I'm going to wait for the final version to really do that. But you're right to point to the need for time to evaluate it.
Yeah, Governor Cook's response to me as she deflected yesterday just left me with a great concern. So I appreciate. I just see no need to rush here, given the significance of what's happening, and frankly, the other concerns you and I have discussed in terms of where we are today. I think it warrants very deep consideration. I'd like to turn to another item that you and I have also discussed in the past, Mr. Chairman, and that has to do with bank mergers. And if you think about a potential bank that's in distress, all things being equal,
level here at 140. It's pretty much at it.
Distressed bank to
it's at the 48 out of 30 minute. I'd be paying attention to that level.
Receivership.
The former.
Certainly, I agree with you. Yet we also, in the case of First Republic Bank, it was like a slow-moving train. Stock price had collapsed. There were actually, in my understanding, 11 different financial institutions that put forward proposals that would have, been a rescue package for the bank. Yet none went far enough to achieve an actual merger or an acquisition in that place. In fact, they let it go into receivership. And My concern is that this administration has created such a negative environment for consolidations that it's a
very
real
good
issue.
point that guy
My
just
question
made.
of you is, do you think the current state we are, should we allow more banks to merge, especially given the stress that we're seeing in the system?
So I think there was every chance given for and much hope bestowed on
Ape is still trying
the
to go
idea
across right there.
of having that bank sold before it went into receivership. It just they couldn't make it happen, and that's unfortunate. Everyone would have loved to see that outcome rather than a receivership. No one wanted that to be the case.
I'm certainly in that camp as well. My view is that
Terry
there's
clicked
an
features yesterday
environment
on
right
PP
now of
for 200
uncertainty
to 26
as the banking community looks at mergers and acquisitions in
Good shit, dude.
the
Good shit.
guidance that the White House has given about very negative in terms of mergers and acquisitions against consolidations.
26K.
I think that institutions
boy.
are very reticent to move
That a
forward.
boy.
And that's why I've introduced the Depositor
That's a
Protection
dub.
Act.
Everybody
which,
clap
among
for
its many
Fred.
provisions, it's going to provide a green light to
200 to
well-capitalized,
26?
well-rated banks to merge with institutions that are under distress without having regulatory interference. And so as the committee moves forward, I hope that we're going to have opportunity to work on this legislation. I hope we can remove needless regulatory hurdles, and hope we can actually encourage mergers and acquisitions that will protect taxpayers. One final point I'd like to raise with you, Mr. Chair. It's something that you identified nearly a decade ago. At that point in time, the Fed
365,000 in
created
volume on
reversal
TRKA.
purchase facility that was intended to be a tool that would put a floor on interest rates.
I'm in a free
The facility
Discord
was
that calls
targeted
these
at
things
investment
out.
vehicles like money market funds.
Can you invite me on
A significant
Discord?
role in the short-term funding markets. At that time, you joined others on the board in expressing concern about the possible unintended consequences of this facility, particularly in times of market stress.
TVLT.
That's
Try out.
where this facility could actually exacerbate the so-called
I think we're
flight to
friends on
safety.
Discord. At least we should be.
Since that time, this facility has grown to over $2 trillion worth of overnight deposits at the Fed. So I'd love for you to walk us through, if you might, the potential risks that this facility might pose, and take us through how it relates
I let my
to
dog in real
basically
quick.
pulling deposits out of the banking system at a time when we like to retain those deposits.
So the reverse repo facility really hasn't increased. In fact, it's shrunk in size since the events of March. So it's really not on net accounting for the decline in deposits. Really what's happening there is that market rates are higher than deposit rates, and depositors are moving their money. This happens in every cycle. I think I raised it up for just a moment.
VRM still trying to grind higher.
That we now have
Up
$2 trillion
15%,
that
or
are parked
up
in this
10%,
facility
excuse
by
me.
money market.
We had $2.5 trillion before March, so it's come down in size. In fact, now that Treasury is refilling now that the debt ceiling is solved and they're refilling the Treasury General account, the reverse repo facility has been declining, and that's what we would have hoped to see, rather than taking reserves out of the system.
Still seems
Thank
a
you, Senator
significant.
Hagerty. Senator Warner's recognized. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The challenge of coming a bit late, you kind of asked my question, but Mr. Chairman, great to see you again. I'm going to at least ask a variation on the same
looking
question I
nice.
think a number of members have asked. And, I know a lot of us are sometimes get the advantage of being Monday morning quarterbacks on how you navigate through monetary policy. I think you've generally done a pretty good job. I'm very grateful that you're on a pause. I hope that pause,
Okay,
as the data comes through, continues. But we definitely have some stresses with that monetary policy.
Can you DM me on Twitter real quick?
Again, I think people on both sides of the aisle have called for in terms of quantitative tightening. Again, that doesn't have the immediate effect that the monetary policy has. But as we've discussed, and I think Senator Hagerty raised, we also have, the appropriate review that Vice Chair or Barr for Supervision is doing on capital standards. And I think Senator Hagerty and my staff told me to use the term I was going to use, perfect storm of these three all coming together.
I borrowed your term from yesterday and properly acknowledged that, Senator Warner.
I'll call it very stressful situation. And I understand, I think you pointed out that my friend from Tennessee, the capital requirements will phase in. But, you could have all three of these events come together. I think you've addressed this already, but I just want to add my voice to that concern. safety and soundness, you got a lot of jobs, safety and soundness, inflation control, and full employment. That full employment piece could be affected by this potential perfect storm. And again, I hope all of your colleagues, I raised this with the other members, the nominees for the Fed yesterday, and I hope you will, again, I think you've been asked in the House, you've been asked here.
How do I give you my...
I don't know if you've got anything else you want to add to what you've already responded on.
If you shoot me a message on Discord, I could DM it to you.
You know, you're right. We're thinking very much about that. Fortunately, it's been orderly. The shrinkage of the balance sheet has been quite orderly. There's still a very, very high level of cash reserves in the system.
You the man.
And we don't think they'll be scarce anytime soon. We think the refilling of the
Thank you,
Treasury
buddy.
General account, people have been focused on that for a couple of months. So far, early days, that seems to be going well. We're watching it very carefully.
But again, and it's easy to sometimes sit up here and attack rather than manage all three of these, but there could be this moment in time.
You should have told me I didn't follow you on Twitter.
That could have a really negative effect on the economy. Let me move to, I think something that's not been raised.
Sorry.
I have huge...
Oh, wait. I gotta keep that open to listen to that asshole. That's right.
Huge concerns. We've all litigated back and forth causation on SVB. But one of the things that happens when you get, $40+ billion coming out of an institution in 6 hours, driven by an internet-based run, that is, I don't know what regulatory framework prevents that. And while I was glad that the SEC Chair Gensler put out a commentary that's saying, we do need to take a look on more transparency on short selling. We're not, we've found in the past short selling bars themselves don't prevent some of this. One of the things that a New York Fed official mentioned is how do we get rid of the stigma of a bank going, to the window. I mean, the thing is,
to the windows, to the wall.
Last resort.
You don't want to hear my ramble? Yes, I do.
Liquidity window, it's available. Banks are reluctant to use it, but in an era where people can move capital so quickly, having that liquidity tool available and not taking a huge amount of hits for using it would seem to me to be something that could at least take on this question of these internet-driven runs, which so far I've not heard from anybody on either sides of the aisle a really good suggestion, including I've thrown out a lot of suggestions that frankly, after upon reflection, I'm not sure make that much sense. But this liquidity tool of using the window, the Fed discount window, is a way to think about getting rid of the stigma. And maybe we as policymakers ought to make that point as well. But could you address that?
Well, it's critically important that people be able to use and willing to use the discount window and also the bank term funding facility, other facilities that we set up, and that they aren't marked down by the markets for doing that. And so
$24 in GameStop?
Or marked down by the regulators or the examiners.
Yeah. But the concern is that markets will see this, and so I would say the first thing is do no harm, and that is Dodd-Frank provided disclosure of names and things like that at a quicker pace. That's one of the reasons banks don't want to do this is they know their names coming. I wouldn't bring that. I think whenever you look at changing that disclosure around use of these facilities or that, you should be really consider that you're going to make the stigma worse. I actually think it's good that banks have been willing to use the discount window and the new facility during this crisis, and it's almost like the stigma is a little bit less than it was. I want to think that anyway.
Thanks, sir. Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada's next. 2 Republicans in a row I called on, so Senator Britt, you will be after Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's great to see you again. Thank you. I'm very glad that yesterday, I think Senator Warner mentioned this, we had hearings for nominees to the Federal Reserve, and one of the nominees is the first Hispanic to sit on the Federal Reserve, Dr. Adriana Kugler, who has extensive experience economically as well as including
I hope so.
She's
just got hired at the Fed.
To supporting her confirmation as well. Let me talk to you a little bit about tougher lending standards that might be affecting inflation as interest rates increase. Yesterday, Raphael Bostic, president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, published a blog post noting that The tightening bank lending standards we see are directly due to the Federal Reserve's higher interest rates. Do you think that the credit tightening we see from regional banks is acting as an effective substitute to an additional interest rate hike?
It may be. We've been looking for that. We actually don't see a lot of evidence of additional tightening on top of what we had already been seeing yet, but we're keeping our eyes out for that.
And so then what are some risks if the FOMC continues to raise interest rates despite seeing the impact of these rate increases already resulting in more credit tightening and higher housing costs?
All over
we
the
talked
place,
a little bit about this.
So the risk is that the reason we've slowed down, really since last December, we slowed from 75 to 50 basis points per meeting to 25 at every meeting. And now as we get closer and closer to what we believe will be our it's uncertain, but we think our destination is, we've slowed down a little further. So we're trying to avoid the mistake of going too far. And that's all it is. It's and as you can see, overwhelmingly, people on the committee do believe that it will be appropriate to raise hikes 1 or 2 additional times. A strong majority believes 2 times this year if the economy performs as expected.
Thank you. And so let's, I'm going to jump to employment. And this is something I talked about yesterday as well.
T2's getting bled out right now?
Nevada has this sort of workforce paradox. The most recent data shows that in Nevada, with both the biggest increase in job growth and the highest unemployment rate, I want to get your thoughts on moving forward as we address this concern, this paradox. Let me give you an example. Nevada has the largest percent increase in employment, which was 4.2%. We also had the highest unemployment rate in the nation in April at 5.4%. That's 2 points above the national rate. As you consider the Federal Reserve's mandate to keep unemployment levels low, how do you consider states like Nevada where there is that paradox?
So we only have the one federal funds rate. We really can't. We have to look at the national level, although we're well aware of different labor markets and also other interesting characteristics in Nevada.
Well, and we've talked about this because the labor market, particularly in the service industry, has been a drag. And we've seen that in Nevada. And you and I have talked about this as well. Is that something you consider as you look at the numbers, particularly in the service industry? And what are you seeing?
So we're seeing in service industry is really where you still see labor shortages. You still have a very high number of job openings compared to the number of unemployed people. And I think even in Nevada, you've got a job openings ratio to unemployed of 1.4 or something like that. That was unheard of before this period of time. And that just means there's still tremendous demand. And of course, in Nevada, it would largely be in, travel and entertainment sector. I would intuit.
And then talk about the housing data, if you would. It's another conversation we had, and how much of a drag that is on the economy as well, and what you're seeing.
Snapchat at 1.3.
Housing is very interesting.
Nice V-shaped recovery right there.
Spending.
Nice cup.
Mortgage rates are very sensitive to our policies, and housing construction and housing sales and things like that are very sensitive to mortgage rates. So you saw housing activity move down pretty significantly when we started raising rates. You've actually seen it kind of hit a bottom now. We met with with a housing group, manufacturers, housing builders yesterday, and they say business is pretty good. It's largely new entrants, though. Many people have low rate mortgages that they're not eager to get out of, and so the sort of strength you see now is new buyers coming into the market. So the market seems to be improving. But again, it's the most interest-sensitive spending, or among the most interest-sensitive. So it's going to be affected when we tighten policy.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Senator Britt of Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by acknowledging the strength of the U.S. banking sector. In recent events that unfolded related to SVB, Signature, and First Republic, it highlighted the significant consequences that could occur when bank execs prioritize profits over risk management, and also when banking regulators fail to do their job. Regulators left numerous red flags unaddressed, which allowed the inexcusable risk management practices at these banks to continue for as long as they did. Let's be clear, this inaction played a significant role in these banks' ultimate demise. However, the
volume sold out on
mismanagement
TRKA.
and excessive risk-taking that occurred within these institutions are not representative of the broader banking sector. In fact, I think it's quite contrary. Banks across the board have proven to be resilient, well-capitalized, and a source of strength in the global economy. In fact, I think you see that the U.S., comprised of banks of all sizes, is the world's most dynamic banking system. I'm concerned, though, with impending actions of the Federal Reserve that in itself will be jeopardized. If you look, community banks, for instance, have served our individuals in our small and rural communities across not only my great state of Alabama, but across our entire country in ways that have allowed individuals and small businesses to actually be able to achieve the American dream and to thrive. However, over the past decade, we've seen a significant decline in the number of community banks serving Americans. The U.S. has lost 71% of total banks in the last 4 decades, and unfortunately, smaller banks have made up a large portion of this. And just in the last decade, the number of community banks dropped by nearly 40%. That is completely and totally unacceptable.
Right there
when we look at the vital role that they play in each and every one of our communities, we have to make sure that that strength is maintained and not undercut. In the face of these declining numbers, the Federal Reserve is considering proposals that could further contribute to the decrease in small and mid-sized banks. Chair Powell, as the Fed is considering changes to the current banking regulatory framework, including stricter capital requirements that Vice Chair Barr has advocated for, how is the Federal Reserve evaluating the downstream impact of these on our smaller community banks?
So I think community banks, when we think of community banks, we think 10 billion and under mainly, but in assets. But I don't think under 100 billion. I don't think the proposals are under
I used to love IDEX, but then I found out how Chinese
applying
it is.
to those banks. So I think that it shouldn't be a factor for smaller institutions, which, as you point out, have been declining in number for 30 years.
So what do we do to support them? From your perspective, what is the Fed doing to support community banks and rural banks?
But I used to like them a lot.
They can thrive?
So there are these secular forces that are driving interstate banking and also just population moving out. You see rural areas that have lost half their population, things like that. So we can't do much about that. But the piece of it that we understand that declining numbers of community banks is not a good thing for the country. The country isn't better off for that happening. And so we don't want to be part of the problem. And part of that can just be once fit size regulation, high fixed costs, it will make even especially small bank models unprofitable. So we very much try hard to not be part of the problem and we do as an institution very much understand how important community banks are for the economy.
Can you speak to that? Can you tell me what role you believe community banks play that maybe other institutions cannot?
So community banks are in their communities, so they know the community well, and they know the people in the community and the businesses in the community.
C3AI is trying
relationship lenders.
It's relationship lending, yeah. It's not. I told a story yesterday, which happened to me. We were moving to Washington, and we had this big bank wanted to make the loan, and they decided not to make the loan at the last minute. I called the local community bank. The loan officer was somebody, they knew my family, they knew the house. He went to my high school. He was much younger, of course, and they made the loan very quickly and they just understood it. It was going to be a great loan. We paid it off long ago. So I understand personally that they're better at doing certain things. The big banks do certain things very well, but they don't do that very well. And for smaller businesses.
Absolutely. And just want your commitment that you'll continue to take a look, whatever type of additional regulating or regulation tools that are
Bitcoin underneath support resistance and the 48.
Some of the
so let's get to the cloud as well.
Issues that we take a look at how
see how the cloud is twisting though, back and forth?
How they affect small banks, mid-sized banks, and that we make sure that we create conditions where they can flourish.
Yes, you very much have my commitment on that.
Thank you so much.
C3.
Sir, Brett, rest assured, one of the
sold down 1%.
Well, best after yesterday, maybe not, but one of the few things that both sides feel strongly and agree on here is that that community banks play a major role in our financial system, and all of us support the community banks in our communities and know how important they are. So thank you for your comments. Senator Tester is recognized from his office.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Brown, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being in front of the committee. I appreciate you. Look, when I talk to Montanans, I hear about what I think everybody in the committee hears about. They hear about inflation, you hear about the high cost of housing, you hear about unaffordable child care, and all these are economic conditions that impact hardworking families and small businesses and communities across my great state. And the examples are clear. Hospitals can't hire nurses, schools can't hire teachers, and if they can hire them, there's no place to live. And even if they can find a place to live, then finding childcare is a problem, and then paying for that childcare is a problem too. Unfortunately, we haven't done much about any of those from a congressional standpoint, but I think all these challenges need to be addressed. But I'm talking to the chairman of the Fed. And so when I ask the chairman of the Fed, when we talk about these issues of inflation and housing and childcare, I know you guys think about inflation, but do you think about the other things, and do you have tools to address things like housing and childcare, or is that simply out of your purview?
We enforce some of the consumer protection laws, and so we can have an effect as it relates to fair lending and things like that. But ultimately, the bigger question is just the availability of housing and its availability near where the jobs are. There's not much there's not really nothing that our tools can do. The best thing we can do for those issues is to provide an economy where we have stable prices and maximum employment.
So there's been a lot of talk, and I'm sure there's been a lot of questions asked on this committee about interest rates. And I ask this not to influence you, because I do not believe you should be influenced by political forces. The last thing we would need would be the worst thing that could happen is if the United States Senate is dictating monetary policy. We'll leave that up to the pros like you. But interest rates continue to be an issue. You are fully aware that the debt deal that was struck clawed back unspent COVID dollars. You are familiar that there are some supply chain issues in this country that
let her go
have impacts on inflation, as I think the COVID money will have some impacts. And there's some other things out there that I know you're looking at. So I'm going to ask you a question that I'm sure you've been asked already, but what's going to be the key determinant as to whether you raise rates or leave them where they're at? Or I don't think dropping them would be appropriate, but what are the things you're looking at to make those kind of decisions?
You can say core PCE.
I would say that if we see the economy performing about as we expect, then 2/3 of the committee really thought it would be appropriate to raise rates a couple of times between now and the end of the year. So what do we expect? We expect continued modest growth. We expect, continued gradual cooling off of the labor market, gradual better alignment of supply and demand, and we expect inflation to be improving. And so, if all those things happen, we think we're within a couple of rate hikes of the level we need to get to. We want to get to a level where we're confident that inflation is and will continue to is moving and will continue to move down to 2% over time. That's and not a higher level, that level. And so that's why we've slowed down here, as we think we're getting close to that level.
Okay, so let's think out past that. What factors are you going to look at that would determine a lowering in interest rates then?
So we don't see that happening anytime soon, and the test for that
has a great version of the
is that we're confident that inflation is moving back down to our 2% goal. We want to have some confidence. So, and I will say in the summary of economic projections that my participants and I filed last week, I think by the end of next year, by the end of 2024, the median participant did have some rate cuts. But that's going to depend on how the economy performs, and inflation has just consistently proven more persistent than we've expected, and that other forecasters have expected. So it's going to have to await a time when we're confident that inflation is moving down to 2%.
So I want to talk about regulation. I know it's been
Just
touched
above
on. Katie
VWAP,
touched on it a
48's on
little
top of
bit.
VWAP now.
And I know Michael Barr oversees the Fed's regulation actions. But when we passed 2155, the bill to give reg relief to small banks in particular, there was a sentence in there about tailoring, so that even if you had a community bank, a small community bank, if they had a risky portfolio, you could regulate them to match that risk. And bigger banks, the same thing. Can you tell me
volume is at
Barr is thinking,
2.95
or what
mil
you're
on
advising him
VRM, average is 6.3.
when it comes to, because I think we've all agreed, the chairman just said, we want to protect community banks. They're not the problem out there. In fact, they're the ones that provide access to capital for these communities so they can grow and an economy can happen. Can you tell me what your interaction is with Barr when it comes to regulation and where you think he's going?
So broadly speaking, when
I want to
regulations
move
need
up
to be
right
voted
now
on
on
the Board of Governors, and I'm one of the people who votes. I'm also chair of the committee.
IDEX if I was in
So that's the nature of the interaction. In terms of what you're really talking about, regulation for smaller institutions, I would say I think it's important that regulation be appropriate for an institution's size and risks. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach to regulation, and the largest institutions need the highest capital standards and the most regulation. And as you get down to community banks, the regulation and supervision should reflect their size and risk.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, for running over. Thank you, Chairman Powell.
Thanks, Senator Tester. Senator Kramer of North Dakota is recognized.
Heads up on IDEX.
Thank you, Chairman, for...
You might get that reversal. There is a gap to the upside.
I know several of my Republican colleagues have been asking you about Basel III and the potential for
going for the 1348 right there on Bitcoin.
I'm afraid part of what they're trying to do is fix a liquidity crisis at regional banks with a capital fix, which I don't think the two necessarily go hand in hand. In fact, it seems to me, while you've been trying to engineer a soft landing, and now it's taken a pause, and I'm certainly not critical of that. I can't fathom why the Fed would want to raise capital requirements when we could be facing what's a credit crunch. And I mean, does that make sense to you? That in a potential credit crunch, with caused somewhat by higher rates, obviously, somewhat by design, that it doesn't make sense to increase capital requirements for banks and individuals.
So I think that's always the trade-off, is higher capital means more stable, stronger banks that can last through bigger crises and things like that. But it's continuum, because that also means slightly less capital being available and higher price of capital. So the thing with capital requirements is the answer isn't zero.
Coinbase to offset my entry from earlier.
I would also say that the capital in the form of the what I've been briefed on is a proposal where the big capital increases are really for the largest institutions, and much less so for institutions that are not among particularly the 8G SIBs.
But what's the motivation for that? I mean, you've just articulated the challenge, obviously, better than I did. But why the big, for example, the big institutions? What's the situation that would require higher capital requirements?
To your point, we spent many years raising capital and liquidity standards for the largest institutions, and appropriately so. I supported all of that, and I'm glad that I did. I think it's been warranted, and I think that the large banks have competed very successfully with this high capital. And I think further increases are going to be on the table. We always thought there would be some further increase at the end of Basel III globally.
4 hour crossing up,
but I think it's going to be on.
It's going to be fun.
The increases are going to need to be justified.
I'm going to get to another question, but you said something a little earlier that I wanted to get to.
Why, you think we start a new charge, John, on VRM?
To Senator Tester. Is your interaction with each other confined only to public meetings? Is that...
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all, no. Not at all.
So you try to persuade each other at the water cooler?
I talk to all my colleagues a lot. I'm not one of those people who can just sit in your office all day. I'm popping up and running around. I'm one of those people.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Well, it just because in your interaction sort of sounded like that, and I used to be in a 3-member commission, not that regular.
We have very regular meetings and conversations, right through the weekend. We talk frequently.
Okay. Okay.
AI went green. $39.
Earlier exchange.
Hit the top fib. Yeah, I know it did.
You talked a
At
little bit about
191, right?
digital economy.
Or no, or
challenges,
141.
and
You
considered
said.
some changes to reflect, how quickly individuals can move money, and I mean, I think a lot of people would maintain that while you always need to have the foundation to weather the storm, so to speak, such as SVB, you might not even have a storm, but for the fast ability for somebody to spark a run, for example, or to move money quickly. But you didn't elaborate on what kind of changes you might be considering. Do you have some personal thoughts on it or things that you've been talking about as you're running around talking to each other?
Yes, I'm not the biggest expert on this, but so
that's two of us.
The thing that's clear is that our existing liquidity requirements, they didn't assume, they didn't
VRM
take into
12.2.
contemplation at all
C3,
the idea you could ever run this fast.
pretty much on shit, $39.
The net stable funding ratio and the liquidity coverage ratio that reflect an understanding of how fast a run happens. And we now learned that. So that's why I think there is regulatory response is going to be appropriate here, not just
Bitcoin trying to get the 24 over the 48.
You would have thought, and we thought, and by the way, this is every bit. The board is every bit as accountable as the San Francisco Fed on this.
Sure.
That supervision could have been much more forward-leaning on the liquidity issue than it was, and so we're going to address that too.
Yeah, no, great point, because these guys have heard me use my my
Bitcoin
soccer
up?
referee illustration. If you warn the offender over and over and over, but never throw up a card, they just offend worse the next time. So I think that's
Carvana still
obvious
trending
finding,
up,
and I would concur with you. But the whole issue of the run itself is also problematic, while not maybe directly jurisdictional to any one regulator. As policymakers and regulators together, we should find a better solution. But thank you again for your service and for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Warren from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in 2010, Congress
I
passed
hate listening to her.
to make banking regulations tougher and to avoid future bank collapses. And very soon after that, bank CEOs started lobbying for weaker rules. Now, Chair Powell, you also lobbied for weaker rules. When President Trump first nominated you as Fed chair in 2017, you testified, actually in this very room, I think, that you intended to, quote, consider appropriate ways to ease regulatory burdens for the banks. And when I asked you if there were any rules at all, that you thought ought to be made stronger,
Market dumped before she even spoke.
Do you remember what you said?
I think I pointed to the net stable funding ratio.
No, actually, that's not what you said. You said, honestly, Senator, I think they're tough enough. You couldn't point to anything you thought should be tougher. In 2018...
In the event we strengthen the net stable funding
ratio.
ratio.
In 2018, you supported Congress's weakening
they hate
of
each
those
other. I love
rules.
it, too.
You led the Fed in hacking away at one rule after another. According to the Fed's own analysis of the Silicon Valley Bank failure, you weakened the rules in multiple ways. You reduced capital requirements. You weakened liquidity risk management. You skipped out on using enhanced stress testing for banks with tens of billions of dollars in assets and more. And the result was that the second, third, and fourth largest bank failures in U.S. history, which together required $23 billion in bailout money. In fact, you now hold the record. In a single year, the FDIC has been forced to rescue more giant failed banks on your watch.
That's not his fault.
That's
that's monetary policy. He doesn't control that.
Do you agree with Vice Chair Barr's conclusion?
The lack of intelligence some people have, I swear.
A big share of the responsibility
hey, look.
For the
Perfect timing.
Of SVB.
Look who we just got here.
I certainly think that our supervision has been shown to have been lax in not being assertive enough. I think
CLOWN.
Saw the right issues but weren't forceful enough in hindsight. And I think that's certainly a fair conclusion.
Okay. So those regulations were weakened. Those supervisors were clearly asleep at the switch for more than 5 years.
Identical these two.
Your watch.
They are the same charge.
I'll just say it again. This is exactly why I opposed your nomination in 2017. The decisions that you made the votes that you took and the things that you said
It just
helped cause
it's constant,
this mess.
Steve.
And when you were up for reappointment in 2021, I opposed your confirmation because I believed that your continued leadership
It's just kind of weird.
would be dangerous to our financial system. And the Fed's own report confirms that. So yesterday,
POAI
Chair
is at
Powell,
5.6.
this committee voted
Snap
on
200.
a bill to help
Snap
hold
crossing it too.
CEOs accountable when their actions blow up banks. At the Fed, you are the one
On what time
who
frame?
lobbied, who drafted, and who voted for weaker rules.
Gold cross on a
and
3 minute.
you were ultimately responsible for the team of Fed supervisors
Well, that's set up on a 5 minute.
who fell down on
Interesting.
the job. Do you take responsibility for your role in these bank failures?
So
One of
I
the
think we
EMAs
learned
crossing
some
the VWAP
lessons
on
from the
Snapchat.
bank failures, and the main responsibility I take is to learn the right lessons from this and to
Snap isn't crossing the VWAP on a 1
undertake
minute.
to address them, so we don't have a situation like this where we had unexpectedly a large bank fail and spread contagion into the banking system.
Wait, Sean, can
That's
you look
not
at my
supposed to
chart and
happen,
make sure that one of us
we
isn't
need to
screwed
take
up?
appropriate steps to make sure it doesn't happen again.
So I
Oh,
just
the
want to make sure I
oh.
understand what you mean.
I
when
got
say
what
to
you
take
mean. Okay.
responsibility.
All right.
You take responsibility for your actions.
You had me all screwed up there for a
that
second.
led to the failures of these banks.
Yeah, I think the question of what happened, supervision was at fault. That's both at the board and at the Reserve Bank.
And are you ultimately responsible for those supervisors?
Uh.
Are you in
Actually,
charge?
under the law, the vice chair for supervision has,
Okay, so you
has
take
sole
no
authority.
responsibility
I didn't
on
say that.
Well,
They
that's what I'm trying to
fight
ask.
back and
I'm trying
forth.
to
They bicker.
understand what you take
They children.
responsibility
I
for.
take responsibility for addressing the situation appropriately.
That's talking about going
my
forward.
focus. That's my focus. It's going forward.
Yeah, well, that kind of sounds like not taking responsibility for what you've done in the past.
I gotta tweet
You know, a month
something. I'm
ago,
sorry.
we had the CEOs of the banks that exploded in here. And each of them had scooped up huge bonuses, and each of them said they plan to keep every penny of that money. And now we have the chair of the Federal Reserve who led the charge to weaken bank regulations, who oversaw the bank supervisors who failed miserably to hold these banks in line. And again, the accountability is zero. Our banking system is broken.
I'm sorry.
$23 billion in bailout money, and there is no accountability for those at the top. And once again, the people who didn't cause the mess are forced to clean it up. We need significant changes here. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
There are two senators that might be online. Senator Sinema is recognized from Arizona if she's online. If not, Senator Warnock from Georgia, if he's online. And we'll close the hearing today. We have come together to discuss how the economy ought to be. I don't believe that to have a strong economy we must trade American jobs for corporate profits, nor do I believe we must sacrifice a safe and resilient banking system for easy
No,
money
I'm
for the
already on
biggest
that.
banks.
I'm
We
already
can
on
fight inflation and protect worker gains by investing in growth right here at home and building a more inclusive economy.
Heck yeah.
Thank you for
Let's
joining
build
us,
an
Chair
America,
Powell,
baby.
today. I look forward to
Let's
working
get
with
it.
you to strengthen our economy. For senators who wish to submit questions, they're due 1 week from today, Thursday, June 29th. For Chair Powell, please submit responses to questions. For the record, 45 days from the day you receive them. Senator Scott has some comments he'd like to make.
I agree,
Thank
Sean.
you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be quick, one of the comments that I heard during the hearing was that somehow tax cuts led to the challenges that we're facing with our debt. Just wanted to clarify the record that revenue in 2022 was $4.9 trillion, more than 30% higher than 2017 revenue of $3.32 trillion. One of the things we should just recognize as a clear fact is that if your revenue goes up, and that's what happened after the TCJA in 2018 and 2019, we had an increase in revenue, not a decrease in revenue. Unfortunately, we had an increase in spending that exceeded the increase in revenue. So if you spend more money than you take in, you still end up with a deficit.
Thank you. And of course, Senator Scott recognizes that we had a pandemic. The committee is adjourned.
Like, the way they bicker, it's just comical. Absolutely comical. Snap at 10:40. Stop the highs of the day. VRM volume is 3.6 mil. Average is reading 6.3. I'll pull up Coinbase and AI yet. Coinbase trying to recover. How about AI? And then I want to go to trka. AI trying to come back up. Settling on a support resistance line. Bitcoin trying to move up. Trka to 243. At the 200. VRM just off the 48. Am I the only one that sold my Mullen back now and is now shorting it to get my money back? So what I'm doing, Chase, is... Here, I'll show you what I'm doing, actually. Hold on a second. So yesterday... Down in about... Wait, where is it? If it'll load, that'd be ideal. Hold on. So I drew it out, actually. Where the hell are they? So I drew potential snipes out on Mullen yesterday. And these were them. Just make my money back up, like, still on the way up. It's just waiting for the retrace, and I'm not long holding. What up, Booch? Glad to be back. Glad to be back. I need to get this fucking screen back over. What the hell am I doing? There we go. Okay. Alright, volume on Mullen is 144. Average is reading 206. Same old word. AMC to 412. Wow. That hurts. I should have honestly just taken a short position in AMC when I talked so bullishly about the fucking, about Ape. But I just don't short things. That's my issue. Alties green? Sean, your Alties trying to spin. Bitcoin, or Ape, trying to catch that bottom from earlier. Bitcoin up towards the 200 at support resistance. Hub C to 45 cents. Zella down about 2%. VIX 1347 on VIX. EVLV $6 ish. GameStop 24.15. Gonna be going for a gold cross there momentarily on GameStop. Bitcoin just underneath the 200 still. Let's see, wait, just DXY. Oh, DXY is just out of control right now. No moss. 200 is on top of the 48 or the VWAP. I can't even talk today. On SPY. Let's see. We're gonna do this right there. Makes sense. Bitcoin trying for the 2, just off. It'd be ideal to see a SPY bounce right now too. Carvana at 4.5 up. 25.29. Remember Boyle, UVXY, and VIXY split tomorrow. Or reverse split. Sorry. STIG just got $4 back. 3.5 up on IoT still. Bitcoin just underneath the 200. Bitcoin at the 2. See how she does. Snap 1.5 up. POAI 6. Ripple license to use XRP in Singapore and Wall Street is ready. From my boy that I was talking to earlier. Bitcoin up. $17.5 up on TBLT still. She's just hanging out. Coinbase at 200. Back up to the trajectory line. Inverted head, or wait, I mean, I guess you call that a cup. Actually, I mean, I guess you call that double bottom. Sorry. I am looking at a 1 minute chart. Heads up on Coinbase there. Go EV showing me green. Whoa. Bitcoin. Bitcoin towards the Sonic R. 18 now on TBLT. We're gonna pull it up. I should have bought more VRM. I already have a good amount, but I should have bought more. I just really like the price of... Well, I don't like the price of used cars. Or new cars. I just think that it's abnormally high, which are going to help stocks like Carvana and VRM and SFT. Speaking of SFT, let me pull them up and see what they're looking like. Down to 216. Light volume as well. A lot of charts all over the place. Opens on. Coinbase down 3%. On its way back, though. Still struggling at the 200. I mean, Bitcoin's struggling at the 200 as well. It's got to clear that level. And then Sonic R, of course. VRM volume, 3.7 mil. Average is reading 6.3. Remember, the top fib on VRM is 141. That doesn't mean that it has to go down, but, I mean, it very well may go down. Like, it doesn't have to, but it certainly could. TBLT to 19% now. Kramer said he is not a fan of Snap. Just don't feel like it has any game going to pass on that. I'm buying Snapchat right now. How long ago did he say that, Sean? Came out 1 hour ago. With TLT. There, I just bought Snapchat. I literally just bought Snapchat because Kramer said he didn't like it. Wow. What's wrong with me? TBLT is looking nice. Looking for that next level. You know, the 4 hour on it really doesn't look that bad. And neither does the 30-minute. I don't know. I like the look of Snap. You guys know how I feel about the daily. It has gaps all over it. TVLT looks like it wants more. Bitcoin got to push down from the 200. GoEV's trying to push in the green. TVLT trying up again. TVLT, are you going to go for another leg or no? TVLT. Ooh. Ooh. Snapchat. Remember, guys, follow the blue lines. The blue lines are the bids. TVLT. Okay. T2, yeah, 2.6 up. Well off the highs. VRM off the highs as well. TBLT's pushing intraday highs. Lucy off of its lows as well. MCOM is just embarrassing at 14 cents. Bitcoin is in between the 48 and the 200 right now. TVLT. TVLT. Up 26. Up 27, 27. Volume on TVLT is about 5 times average volume, 4 times average volume, give or take. Bitcoin just underneath the 2. TVLT trying up again. That might go full short squeeze. They might announce that the offering's closed. Don't be surprised if they do. TBLT. She is up 31. TBLT up 35, 34, 33. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Watch Snap go too. Here comes a push. Remember, follow the blue line. Ignore everything else. Blue line moving. Blue line. TBLT is a monster. F Mullen. F them. Hold on 1 second. I hate having to tweet while I'm streaming. Pain in my ass. Why be part of the lawsuit? I've honestly just wiped my hands of it as a situation. I haven't been paying attention to that lawsuit. I'm just right now. I'm trying to patent something at the moment. That's what I'm working on. And let me tell you how much of a headache that is. You gonna get some lift or what? Let's see. Bitcoin trying to the Sonic R. Ape is just barcoding. VRM got a hard down towards at the 200 in VWAP. What's going on with that though, Mac? As far as logistics go. Is there any word on anything, or is it just kind of stall talk? Bitcoin 13 over the 200. Oh, my dog's at the door. Give me 1 second. Bitcoin almost through the Sonic R. 24 is coming up on the 200 right now. Headed towards VWAP. Coinbase back to VWAP as well. What's up? Just underneath view up there. TBLT. Ooh, right back down. TBLT did go boom. It's going right back too. Bitcoin through the VWAP. Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Go EV tried to push there. Got hung up. Open is up 2%. C3 AI, perfect bull flag. It's gonna pop this bull flag before I can even draw it. Bitcoin up. TBLT is at VWAP. Coinbase is going to be coming up on a gold cross here. TBLT back down to the 200. It's just solidifying 30 cents, it seems like. At least that's the way I see it. And we're just under 57 bucks on Coinbase. Next leg on Bitcoin, maybe? 1336 on VIX. That's very, very low on VIX. Back to 3870 on AI. C3 trying with the super. Coinbase trying to stretch as well. VRM at the 48 on the 1 minute. TBLT trying the 48 and VWAP there again. Coinbase 8.8 in volume. Average is 13. How's trka doing? Trka. Trka 400,000 in volume, and she's down 4%. $5% on Carvana now. Woo! Nice push on Carvana. Let's see if we get it in VRM next. Same sector. RSI on Bitcoin is a 76 though. Sends 666s. To the upside. Man, they shorted the shit out of it after they let it pop for a second. They did not want it to keep going. Carvana, heads up. Interesting. Look at Ape's movement. Big move. Where's big move? Go for the gold cross right now on Bitcoin. Go ahead, Carvana. Snap has 2%, 1044. Hard down there. Amazon at 3.5 now. A little bit of a bounce there after working its way down off the highs. Ape. Try to come back. Go EV, now green. I'll take that. Excited to have Ape up, right? GTII is up to 95 cents. Getter, I know some people were in that. That's up 4. Sens is now up 8.5. ARQQ back up another 5. Cosm 310. It was riding 310 pretty much all day yesterday. And Bitcoin's trying to solidify 31,000 still. Or over 30,000, I should say. My apologies. Oh, man. Tesla has surpassed 1 million option contracts today. 62% of those are calls. Thank you very much, Greg. You know that's my favorite one. Thank you, kind sir. Look at Snapchat. Snapchat, Snapchat. Snapchat, Snapchat. Yeah! Sorry, I want to see if I can find it. I can't believe I just bought something because somebody else didn't like it. I never do that shit. I'm better than that. Fuck. That was an emotional trade. Ape still trying to climb back. Stuck at 187. Bitcoin just dropped VWAP. We do have the gold cross there on Bitcoin. Hold on 1 second. I think my phone's going off here. Okay. Sorry. Sends to 9.2 up. Mark Zuckerberg says he is ready to fight Elon Musk of Tesla in a cage mask. In a cage mat? Oh my god. Oh gosh. I'd love to punch Mark Zuckerberg so hard right in the Adam's apple. I don't know why. I don't. Just the way he talks. Something like that. Oh, that's enough, please. TBLT coming down for a double bottom. Watch out. What are you going to do, Bitcoin? TRKA. Where are you? Down 4.5, 240. Lame. Lame. Coinbase to 57.21. Look at that trajectory on Coinbase. Beautiful. Coming up to a supply area though. VRM back down to VWAP. Fed reverse repo demand drops below 2 trillion the first time since June of 2022. Wow. No wonder they were able to just testify about it like it was nothing. AI 3840. To 200 on TBLT. Hard down on Coinbase. I think we're feeling it across the board, to be quite honest. Just with Bitcoin. TBLT. Are you going to fall off the 2 or no? We're in between the 48 and the 200 on Bitcoin. Ruh-roh, Bitcoin. What are you doing? Bitcoin's trying down and TBLT is trying to push up. I wonder if they shorted the shit out of this with this cash. Give me 1 second here. I gotta take this call. Hello, this is Jonathan. Oh yes. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and mute my audience here. I'm sorry. I work Sorry, guys. I'm interviewing attorneys. It's just like struggle. TBLT still trying to curl. RSI on TBLT is now 46. The volume on it is 10.2 mil. Sen's now 11 up. Coinbase coming back down towards VWAP. VIX to 1338. Palantir to 14. TRKA is down 5. EVGO is 386. Wow. Sends to 12%. Sends RSI is a 78. $1 million over average volume already. Hits up on TBLT, guys. Something's just telling me it's gonna move. It's got that like high heel type pattern that we've been seeing right off the 200. Vaxart went green. Q's 364. And choppy. TBLT. Super trend and then rejected. And let's get that move. Let's get that move and hold it. Bear with me a second. Somebody just asked me if I still like TRKA. Like, yeah, I definitely still like it. Coinbase down to the 48 in VWAP. I kind of want to hear Alan speak. Does anyone want to listen to Alan? Because I do.
Take care of us. We need you to be strong so that you can keep doing us good.
Go, Alan.
We're good. Don't worry about it. Day trader. Come on, Alan.
Hey, I just wanted to say thank you for running this space, man. The other space I was on just somehow collapsed right in the middle of it.
Go, Alan.
So thank you for having this space. It gave me a place.
Alan, can you tell me where your lawsuit's going?
Yeah, they've responded. GTS and FINRA have asked for motions to dismiss, and it's really comical what they said, so I'm responding to it, and that's what I'm working on today.
Yeah, that's good.
It's really fun. It's really quite comical because the two things that the two major points that both of them make are opposing points, which I think is hilarious.
That is kind of funny.
They said my initial filing was too long and that I didn't go into enough detail to explain far enough down the rabbit hole of everything they did. Well, it's either too short or it's too long. You have to pick one or the other. You can't say both. And that's literally what they've done. So we'll see what the judge has to say about that. And we go to court.
And literally all of
July
Alan's
14th.
cases, like all of his points are valid points.
Hey, Alan, did you hear my point I made?
I heard part of it, and then the space just said it ended on me.
TBLT?
Well, I haven't heard anybody come to the realization that FINRA contradicts themselves in court filings. MMTLP is metamaterials.
I heard you saying that, and I absolutely agree with what you said there. There's another part of that, though, that they don't ever discuss, and they never, ever want to bring it up because it really punches them right in the face, and that is the fact that whenever you have a security that changes type, it goes from a preferred share to a common stock. It is called
Convertible security.
I can't think of the term.
Convertible
My mind
security.
just went blank. I had it. Dude, I hate when this happens to me. It's called the convertible security.
There you go.
And we have convertible securities laws that were violated all over the place. If you haven't looked at what the convertible securities laws are, you should look them up and read into them because they're very, very explicit on what must happen because in the 1970s and the 1980s, there was a lot of what they called ratchet schemes. And because of these ratchet schemes, they passed convertible securities laws, which were broken all over the place. And it's FINRA's job to regulate the market and to make it fair for everybody. And they just completely negated the fact that this was also a convertible security. And they have never, ever responded to my emails or anything about this. And I think it's really telling, and they're going to have to answer it in front of this Washington judge. So it's coming in a hurry. And the one thing they did that I think is really important is GTS and FINRA said, we want to know exactly what it is that you can say that we've done that links us to this RICO case that you have filed. And that opens the door for me to put very specific things on the federal record. And I think that is a wonderful thing that they did because now I can go to the judge and say, Your Honor, they asked for these documents. Here they are. I need you to place these on the record so that they can see exactly why I'm targeting them.
Coinbase also in a cup underneath supply level down on Coinbase.
It's been doing nothing but contradicting themselves since the U3. Actually, sorry, since the first corporate action, second corporate, like, it's unremarkable. But thank you, Alan, for your fight. Really appreciate you taking it to him, too.
Hey, if anybody in here is a paralegal or a legal secretary, I could use some help on putting together the information in the correct format. So if there's anybody out there that does that, that is the thing that is slowing me down the most. I have the information that I want to add. It's just formulating the document that takes me so much time. So if there's anybody that has that kind of expertise and knowledge and would like to lend me a hand, please DM me. I would be glad to have some help in the way of how you put the, because everything's got to be specific how it's done. And so I know some of it, but I'm not a legal secretary, I'm not an attorney, and I'm certainly not a paralegal. And that's really what these folks do. And so like I said, I could use a little help in that department if there's someone willing to help me with the formatting.
Go EV.
John, can you get Mark's
really like volume?
Sorry, Mark's speaker request. I can't accept it.
Hello?
Hey, we're having issues with this co-host space, but we're trying to keep it together. Don, it's saying you're having connectivity issues, and I'm not able to interact with any of the requests coming in. Sorry, but they're not working. I have no options to accept.
Good, let Alan just talk. Oh, man. TVLT heads up. There's a little cup there for him, looking for a handle. Bitcoin in between the 48 and the 200. Very, very small range there.
As everyone knows, that this space crashes, we will spin up another one.
VIX 1331. AI 3838. Sens is now up almost 13%. Oh, that crashed. Guess we're not listening to Alan anymore. Let's see. The 13 is in between the 48 and the 200 as well. And that's how tight the range is on Bitcoin. Coinbase set back down to the 48. Could have bounced off $57 right there. Bitcoin just off $30,000. we talk about how dope Yetis are and the fact that I forgot that I poured myself a coffee this morning and then I just pulled it up and drank some and it was still hot? Like, shout out Yeti. Coinbase, are we gonna double off the VWAP or what? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Get out of there. Carvana up 5.5. Hard down on Coinbase. Is it towards the 200? Hopefully it can engulf right back up through VWAP. We'll see. TBLT is trying higher. Remember, guys, follow the blue line. Blue line's the bid. VRMS 7, APE to about 9%. TBLT at about 27% still. See, Go EV's volume to 11.8 mil, that's all. That's a drop off. About half average volume on Snapchat. Carvana ad support. Coinbase did engulf at the 48 right now. TBLT is filling out the rest of that pennant, it looks like. Sends is now up 17, going vertical. Look at Sends. Sends is trying to full send. Sorry. Talking about how much I like TRKA, somebody. 239 on VWAP. Sorry. Still talking about how much I like TRKA. Volume 412. TRKA. TBLT back to 23.5 up. Ape sliding. I just like TRKA a lot better than the other one there. That's just me, though. Not financial advice. What's VIX at? How is the VIX chart looking, I should say? Okay. At the end of the world. AI has a death cross. And it is just below VWAP. Heads up on Bitcoin to spin around, though. C3 back towards VWAP in the 48. Coinbase at the 24, in between the 24 and the 48. Bitcoin back towards the 200. At a resistance line as well. TBLT is filling out every little bit of that pennant. And more. Sends up 17.5 now. Amazon still has 3.3 up. $8.8 up on VRM, 24% on TBLT. C3's down 2%. 48 just slid underneath VWAP. And we're trying back up. Just move that VWAP on TRKA. Bitcoin just underneath the 200 and the 48 there. That just had a death cross. Volume on TRKA is at 420. Average is 767. TBLT volume is at 11.4 mil. Average is just under 2. Coinbase under average volume at about 10 million. Average is 13. Snapchat at 1041. At resistance, it looks like. We'll draw that out. TDLT trying. Bitcoin is stuck at that 48. Or no, sorry, that's a 200. It's hard to tell when it's inside the cloud like that. ADN's up 4.5. Carvana's still 4.5. Bitcoin trying with the super. We'll see if it'll maintain. That's the key part. Bitcoin trying with the super. Trying with that push. Ooh, VRM sliding. Ooh, a little bit there. Oof, down to 133. Trying to get that twist going on here with all these EMAs. Mm, 10.5 on drama. Just for shits and giggles, I kind of want to pull up Mullen. Oof. Back down to where I mentioned a potential scalp might be yesterday. Ouch. I didn't take it, but ouch. AMC to 409. Congrats if you had AMC 4 puts. Boyle, pretty much unch. 0.2 up. Go EV, big old cup there. Trying for the gold cross here on Bitcoin. Sends 13 up, off the high. Vaxart now has 4%. Vaxart going vertical. What's the vote on June 5th? Does anybody know? Or June 25th? I don't know. I can't skim over it that fast. Low on average volume as well. Still working on the gold cross for Bitcoin. JMI up 2.6, Hub C up 3.3. Carvana 5.25 up. Here goes Bitcoin. Come on, babe. Go ahead, Bitcoin. Time to go. Going for that gold cross right now. On Beachcoin. Or down on VRM. Sends back to 16%. Bitcoin hard up. If it could get out of the cloud, that is. TBLT is up 25. And we got a hard down on GoEV. Bitcoin still trying to get back up towards VWAP. 17% on sends. Good old 17. TBLT 24. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry. Puppy at the door. 1 second. Sen's still trying to pound. TRKA volume, where we at? 427,000, average 767. The bid is just under VWAP. Down on Go EV to the 200. Down to VWAP on Go EV. Ouch. Hopefully that engulfs. We need Bitcoin to get out of that cloud. Let's see. Now Bella needs to go outside. Give me 1 second. Come on, hurry up. Whew. You guys aren't very talkative today. Just saying. At the 200, or just underneath the 200 on Go EV, I should say. It is slightly green. Flashing green as we speak. Sends now up 19. Sends looks so strong right there. Very, very strong looking growth on Sends. It is already up 20% though. Is it news? Oh yeah. Nice. That is fantastic news for Sens. You're not wrong. Absolutely fantastic news for Sens. Sens might get it. I wonder if I could buy any more Go EV right now. Just out of curiosity. Just because it wouldn't let me do it before. Still not letting me there. Weird shit. Medical technology company announced that United Healthcare will begin providing coverage for the Eversense E3 CGM system effective July 1 for people with type 1 and insulin requiring type 2 diabetes. We've been waiting on this this news for years. That's awesome, bro. I'm so happy for you. Like that's dope. Dope as hell. Your volume, just keep in mind you're already double average volume. All right? Coinbase is just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. To 200 on Coinbase. They have been in my portfolio for years now. Got it at 54 cents in 2020. We donate and support type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Good for you, Steve. Great guy. Literally, like, just such a stand-up guy. Like, you didn't even need a warning to be polite. Most people need a warning. Look at Bitcoin. Go ahead. Reach for the sky. Oh, man. You gonna take it or no? Thanks, bud. Actually, wife and I going to Death Valley in October to ride on a bike. Really? That's dope. That's dope. I'm about due for like a real trip. I think I deserve it at this point. Sends 19% up. Been riding bikes for over 10 years with a big group. We raised over 3 million a year. God dang, really? That's awesome. Good for you, Steve. That's so freaking cool, dude. Good for you. $3 million. Son of a bitch. Let me ask you this. Do you give any of that money to Sens? Or feel free to just not answer the question. Hope to see now up 6%. I'm waiting for Coinbase to move right now. I want to see Bitcoin go, and then I'm thinking Coinbase follows it. No, we haven't. We give the JDRF and they distribute it. Word. Okay. Yeah, I just never did that thing. The only type of like, I guess, volunteer work or like stuff like that I've ever done was I made a GoFundMe for Alan because of all of his court fees that he was going through. And I just gave his wife like my information and all that stuff. and I just made him a GoFundMe account to pay for some court fees, and that's it. I honestly don't even know who JDRF is. That's gonna sound bad, I bet. Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Okay. Well, now that you say it like that, it makes you seem like a nicer guy, even like more. So. I hate needles. I couldn't imagine like pricking my finger every day, multiple times a day. I definitely feel bad for those awful souls. Well, great souls that got shit on. Well, nice. It looks like my XRP buy was right where it needed to be. Good shit. One of my brothers has a kid that got type 1 at age 9. Oh, damn, that sucks. Poor kid can't even enjoy chocolate right. You know? Bitcoin at VWAP. Bitcoin trying through VWAP. See if it'll carry. If it does, I think Coinbase goes. Go ahead. TVLT down to the 200. Give me the move. Now they don't have to take needles anymore. They can monitor with the Dexcom G7. Oh. That's like one of those like it's like, it looks like a Band-Aid type deal that like is on like your skin, right? And then you just like tap your phone to it, kind of like you're you know, swiping at like a grocery store. It will tell you if you're going low and need to get some sugar in you. Word. Yes, most have it in their arm or legs. Yeah, I've seen it on people's arms before, yeah. Not so much on people's legs. I've seen it on somebody's like hip almost. Kind of like a pager. That's about it. Bitcoin battling above the 200 or the VWAP, excuse me. I can't even talk today. RSI on Coinbase is at 48. Yep, hip is what I meant. Word. Okay. Same page. Bitcoin. Watch, here comes 8 back. Come on. Let's go, market. Yep. Yep. Get up there. UVXY down at $2. Remember, UVXY, VIXY, and Boyle are going to be splitting at the end of the week. 364.10 on Qs. Bid on Coinbase back down to VWAP. RSI on Bitcoin is 66. Hopefully we don't do one of these. Hopefully we don't do one of those. Wait, what is... Watch out for that move back. Here she comes. Bitcoin, come on. Trying to get the double bottom on GoEV off VWAP. We need to break the drawing here on Bitcoin. These EMAs are all wrapped up on Coinbase. POAI is now about 10%. VRM 4 hour, still trying to cross up. Thank you, sir. Yeah, VRM, it just looks good long term, in my opinion. Like, I have a good amount of VRM at 90 cents. Excuse me. I'd like Coinbase to get out of that cloud right there. Close. Ion Q has 3% now. Coinbase trying out of the cloud. It's got a super trend. Gone as quick as I got it. To a big head and shoulders. Still at 5%. Bitcoin still moving north. Looks good on 30 minutes. Looks good on a 15. Or 4. Still looking good on a 4. RSI might be a little bit hot, that's all. Sends down to 17%. Still up, but off the highs. POAI, I believe that's the new high of the day, 1123. Damn Tesla. What happened to Tesla? Woo, Tess. Okay. Big old cup there. Big old cup on Tesla. All right, let's launch. Psh.
The slingshot maneuver is all we've got. All right, full speed ahead.
Let's see. Can we slingshot? Oh, come on, Bitcoin. Get out of there. Down on GoEV. I just want to see if we lift here on Bitcoin, because I think that'll carry. There you go. Get up there. Hopefully GoEV doesn't slide down to that old fib line. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but I'd rather it didn't. Talal, of course we don't have a problem if you're listening. I don't know why you would message that. Why would there be a problem? I don't know. GoEV is looking pretty interesting right there. That price-ish. In my humble opinion. Bitcoin, come on, baby, carry. Put on the JanSport. Coinbase trying as well. Bitcoin up. Oh, it didn't take it though. Dollar strength to 102.42. 1.16 up on Apple. Still trying on Bitcoin. Pushing new, well, relative highs. Go EV, just try to slap VWAP again. Oh, didn't like that. It's trying to invalidate a death cross right there. VRM also on the slide. Still 4.5 up though on the day. Yo, what up, kid? There was something with Ape. There was some kind of development that I was unaware of, but I already planned in advance of it by having a bunch of Ape. So like it didn't really matter to me. I forget exactly what it was. I know that the settlement date was coming up soon and yada yada yada. But nonetheless, I am long Ape. I am long Ape until they go 1-to-1. And then at that point in time, I don't even know if I'll be in them anymore. Go EV. Come on, baby. Get out of there. Talal's a funny character. He's a funny guy. TVLT just off 21% up. Drama 10%. VRM all the way down to 4.3 after being up substantially higher earlier. Go EV try and twist maybe? TRKA. Volume's only 433. They're just volume depriving it now. kind of disappointing that the news for TRKA didn't do much. Well, that's not the news we're waiting on, Steve. That was expected news. We're waiting on what the news actually is. Does that make sense? Hold on a second. Somebody's asking me why I like TRKA. So I'm going to give them the easiest way. It's just my opinion that the company is fundamentally undervalued, among other things. So, of course, if I like the stock / play, I like it, and VRM just got a hard up. Go EV down to a what's it called, a fib line. Watch it reverse right now. Coinbase also got an up candle. Sorry, I gotta respond to people, you know. Gotcha, good to hear. Been out of the loop a bit. Yeah, that was news that we didn't. What's up, buddy? Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too. Yeah, that was just notice that they're delisting essentially. So like, a deal is done. They just didn't announce it. That's the way that I gather it, at least. Why does it keep changing my NFA to NDA? Pissing me off. NFA. VRM trying to spin at the 48 right now. Coinbase trying to lift. EMA straightened out here on Coinbase. Bitcoin underneath a key level. A little bit of a cup and handle setup. And Go EV just slammed down to a fib line. Sends to 16.8 up. POAI is up 11.4. TBLT is up 20. Go ahead. Get up there, Coinbase. Top trending assets. XRP is 84.36%. Whew. Wow. All right. AI to 3750. VRM, come on, babe, right towards it too, please. Volume is 4.68 mil. Average is 6.5 on VRM. Coinbase trying to get a move. Trying to shake a leg there. Boyle 326. But remember, that's splitting tomorrow. Go EVs now in the red. So glad I've been loading Ape and not AMC. Yo, for real. Ape has been the play. Like, it has been the play. Hub C is up 8.6. Let me grab Bella real quick. Oh, man. Sends off the highs, still has 15%. $13.14 on VIX. That's crazy low. Snap trying to move up. Para stretching again? Really? Wow. I mean, it got hit down hard, but nice recovery for sure. And Netflix is pretty much on. Oh, I already have Go EV up. No good. Look at the queues. Look at them queues. Get up there, babe. RSI on the queues are 63.83. 64.93. Dollar strength 102.38. So it's coming down a little bit off the highs. 1.4 up on Apple. $6.50 on T2. Carvana to 4%. Amazon at 3.5. ADN to 5. ARC up 4.2. Sen's up 14 now. POAI is up now 14.3. VRM to 6%. TBLT still has 20. VRM, what are you doing? VRM at 6.2 up. Let's see. Mullen forming out a potential 5-min double bottom. Okay. Mullen. Yeah. Off my resistance line, too. Heads up on it. Mullen just doesn't seem to like below 1750. That's what I've noticed, at least. EVGO to 380. CXAI at 1136. TRKA 239. Go EV is pissing me off here. No volume. 52 cents flat. Half average volume. It was kicking ass in volume, and then it just completely dried up. Oh, ape down. No mas. For a second day in a row, a Wall Street analyst has downgraded Tesla after what seems to be an AI-fueled run-up. Yeah. See, I think that they're just trying to get people to get nervous. Because if it was an AI-based run-up, AI would be way up. Like, I'm thinking higher than what it's even at already. I know it's already gone for a ride, but I think that AI would be even higher. If that was accurate. VRM towards the 200, maybe? Morgan Stanley analyst Adam Jonas is the latest to weigh in with the rare Wall Street cut and raise. Jonas downgraded Tesla to equal weight from overweight, but raised his price target to 250 from 200. Okay. The 30-year fixed fell to 6.67% this week, down from 6.69% the previous week, the third straight week of declines. Thank you. TRKA 240. Lame. Mullen. Heads up that Mullen doesn't do some Mullen types that like things. Like I said, it doesn't like below 1750. Or at least it hasn't liked it. SPY 435.70. Hub C 6.69 up. T2 to 7.3 up. Mullen's RSI is 64. Still underneath the MACD slightly. Bitcoin is just struggling there at VWAP and a drawing. Maybe a little bit of gas in the tank. A little charge in the batteries. Bitcoin, take that VWAP. RSI on Bitcoin is a 43. VIX is a 1313. That's incredibly low. $37 on AI. Coinbase trying to lift. RSI on Coinbase is a 58.7. And what are we doing, Bitcoin? Mullen is still underneath the 200. VRM slightly underneath the 200. We just lost $37 on C3 AI. Coinbase, go ahead. Right up. One and a half up on Snap. Send 16.6. POAI 13.5 up. RSI on Coinbase is a 56. I don't know why I did that. RSI on VRM at 55. Mullen is a 62. I'm going to go to Carvana real quick, and then I'm going to flip back to Mullen for you guys, because I know some of you guys care about that. Oof. Carvana to 4%, down to the 200. Sen's trying to lift back. Still up about 17%, 16.8. TBLT to 23%. Light volume on POAI. Gaps in there as well. Ape at support resistance. $21.5 up on TBLT still. Hub C 8.8 up. Going for the 24 on the 48 right now on VRM. On VWAP with Bitcoin. Wow, BBIG down to 147. Wild. She's stuck. IonQ still under $10 at 2.6 up though. IoT's up 2.4-ish. Bitcoin trying to get on top of VWAP. Hopefully it'll hold that. Let me go over to here to the screen real quick. I'm ready for you. Come on. 102.40 on DXY. Cosm 312 chilling. VRM up about 6%. TBLT still has 19.5. We have it inverted hammer, a doji followed by a hammer. There's just a lot of indecision on Bitcoin right here. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't call that a doji. Never mind. More of like a hammer on VWAP. Regardless, it shows indecision. We need to hold above 30,000 though. $135 on VRM. Snap. Oh yeah. Coinbase up. TBLT failed. I mean, in all fairness, though, after announcing an offering for it to jump 43 or 44% at a certain point, I mean, after how much it was down, I mean that's a great retrace play. If you were in and out, of course, you know. Bitcoin, get up in that supply area. NVOS went green. Know a lot of homies are in NVOS. Hub C cranking itself higher. I didn't realize I had 2 VRMs up. T2 has a gold cross. Chart actually looks kind of interesting here. I'm going to ignore that candle because it engulfs right back down. Why do I keep doing that? And Ape is getting beat. Beat on. TBLT 17.2 up. Sen 16.6 up. POAI 12.6 up. Carvana at the 2.7 now up. Amazon has 3.2 up. Bitcoin just underneath VWAP. Push. Push. Go ahead. Push. T2 now double digits up. That just happened. $10.43 on Snap still. Ape's just trying to figure it out, it looks like. Coinbase, despite this candle right here, going into this, creating higher lows. Oh, Go EV starting to twist. Heads up on Go EV, guys. Coinbase going for that level of resistance. Go EV towards the 48. The 13 is on VWAP right now for Bitcoin. T2 10.7 up. TBLT about 17%, and SENS have 16%. Bitcoin trying through the 48. So far got snuffed. Coinbase into the supply area. Go EV just underneath the 48. Carvana up 3. Coinbase trying. RSI on Coinbase is a 67. Go ahead. Sell is up 2.5. Coinbase to support resistance. Inverted hammer on Bitcoin at VWAP. Snap has 2%, as is open. Whoa, Go EV, hello. What are you doing? Bitcoin down to the 200. They could just be filling orders. Try to clear stops. TRKA riding VWAP. Still light on volume. About an hour and a half left in the day. AI at 37.15. Trying to engulf on Bitcoin. Yet they're still pushing ape down. VRM just underneath VWAP. Oh. As is Bitcoin. Volume on Ape is 30 mil, average is 13. Dollar strength, still chilling at 102.40-ish. Bitcoin trying up on a super. That XRP buy that I told you guys about before was pretty well placed, I think. Not fantastic, but pretty well placed. And Voss is up 3.3. So about 16% on TBLT and cents. Adults in the U.S. say they'll need 1.27 million to retire comfortably, up from the 1.25 million last year, according to Northwestern Mutual's 2023 Planning in Progress. Okay, which that surveyed 2,740 people over 18. The age they plan to work until has also ticked up to 65 from 64 last year. Wow. Okay. Sorry, Mom messaged me about Endo, so I had to look at Endo. It's at average volume now. With a really, really wide-ass bid spread. Those in their 50s term generation anxious by the report, a play on Gen X, say they'll need the most saved in order to retire comfortably at 1.56 mil on average. Wow. Go ahead. Oh, wait. Why do I have 2 VRMs up? Eek. Can't be doing that. C3 AI trying to spin back. Higher lows. Gas stations will run out of fuel and prices will explode this summer as supplies collapse. Who says that? The good news from Northwestern Mutual's report is that while many Americans believe they need more to retire, they also have socked away compared to more or to in the past. Got it. 89,300 saved for retirement on average compared to 86,000. A 3% increase. Word. Word. C3 AI towards the 48. We're getting the 13 over the 48 as well as the 24 over the 48 here on Bitcoin. C3 AI with a super. We're tiptoeing around 436 on SPY. DXY is at 102.41. It just bounced back to 40. POAI now is 17 up, 17 and a half. And she's a lifting. Just past average volume. Market cap is 17 mil. Bitcoin. 13 and the 24 are on top. Can it pop? The 13's on top of the 48 here on GoEV, but 24 is still underneath. POAI has all the EMAs in line. And then on VRM, we have the 13 coming up to the 200 right now. APE is 7% up. Just barcoding slideways. Coinbase up. GoEV with the super trend. And Incognito. Wow. And Matt is literally painful to look at right now. Really? AMC stole so many retirements. Well, it wasn't AMC's fault. It was the regulator's fault, in my opinion. I don't think that we could, like, discredit them. Go EV. Just follow the blue line on it. I got a little excited a little bit too quick. AI trying to come back. Some YouTubers made it sound like easy money 2.5 years ago. It was easy money 2.5 years ago. They just never said when it stopped being easy money. And that's when a lot of people fucked up. Blackstone, 89 bucks. Bitcoin's trying to hard down right now. Going for a 1348 right now on C3. Guys like Matt, Trey, and Dork will be sued, I believe. No comment. No comment. BBAI well off the highs. Now it's only 1.7 up. Or 1.17, excuse me. Boyle has 2% now. C3 AI heads up. Trying to work its way out of the cloud. Might make a move towards the 200 there. Talal, if you're listening, I can't just watch that just because of the volume. I'm sorry. I'll throw that on Excel though, just so I look at it later. VRM, I think that notification was. Yeah. Gonna be going for gold cross momentarily. We wicked to VWAP. RSI on VRM is a 58. Go ahead, VRM. Bitcoin's going for 3 little soldiers right there on the 200. Inside the Sonic R, underneath the resistance. Go EV is at the 200 and the VWAP. In that really tight range right there. And then we're trying to get the 13 over the 48 on C3. Let's pull up Coinbase real quick, though. I do have to pull up Snapchat at some point as well. $57.30 on Coinbase. Snap. Nice growth there. At 1046. Carvana, just off 5%. Nice recovery. VWAP. VWAP on Bitcoin as well, and VWAP on GoEV. Sends back up to 17%. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yes, please do. It's free. It totally helps me. You don't have to spend $1 to help me out. Ion Q280 up. Volume coming up to 5 mil on VRM. Average is 6.5. GoEV's average volume is almost 31 mil. We're at 17.24. TRKA. VIX new 52-week low. Can we get a 52-week high on the market? I hope so. Like, VIX is extraordinarily low. Extraordinarily. Yeah, it's been that way though. It's still not growing much. Lucy came back a lot, actually. It was down to like 90 cents before, I believe. Or 90 some cents. And Mark, I know that those were meant to be words of encouragement. I'm not taking that lightly. It's just, I know how long I've been at that level. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Octo down 8.7-ish. 8.6.5. MAT to 1930. Are we gonna lift or what? Come on, Bitcoin. Towards the 48 in VWAP? Yes, sir, we do. Cool, calm, collected, ice cold. We dropped 13 on VIX. VIX is now at 1294. I believe that that's a 52-week low. Coinbase 5733. I just want to see volume on TRKA and if it's gonna decide to wants to pick up at all. 468 in volume on TRKA. What's the short interest on Finger, please and thank you? Okay, hold on a second. Bear with me a second. I'll pull it up in a second. Oh, TRKA, hello. Follow the blue line, guys. Remember that. Trust the blue line. It's only 1.6%, but the cost to borrow is high. It was 72.68 is cost to borrow average. Go for the gold cross on VRM right now. I got you, fam. 17.5 up on Sens. POAI is up 16.7. Bitcoin's still trying to deal with VWAP. The blue line on TRKA is above VWAP, though. So the bid is above VWAP, which is definitely a good thing. At least for the moment. Sen's now 18.3 up. Yeah, there's no volume going in TRKA right now at all. It was the same volume like 3 minutes ago. Odd. Sends. Gold cross there on Vroom. Vaxart 4% up. Snap 2.3 up. Chillin'. Carvana 5% up now. Nice cup as well. Still have VWAP on Bitcoin. Oops, wrong button. My bad. Ape. What are we gonna do, guys? What are we doing? POAI up 18.5 now. I just can't look at that chart. I'm sorry. It does look like it's moving in a northward direction, but I just can't watch that chart. Something about Exela. Key levels here on Bitcoin. Go EV up. FU up. Keep trying the 200. Come on, SPY, one more buck. $4.37s. SPY cutting the 15-minute 200 word. Ow. What do you have? 4.37s though, Sean? Go ahead. Yes, sir. Word. You might just get it, dude. Yeah, you might just get it. So basically, you're telling me that there was an IV spike, I'm assuming? Some kind of Greek action? Yes, sir. Okay. 3.7 up on open. I have 30 minutes. Fucking Robin Hood. See, you can't complain about them, but then still use them. I feel like you give up your right to... Like, you give up your right to complain about them if you use them. I can't until I get all my money back. Fair enough. Go ahead, Bitcoin. Only 15% off. Took a 10% hit. Working my way backward. Sometimes you gotta. If VRM would just break north, I'd be green all the time. Bro, I have so much VRM, it's disgusting. Like... Sorry. Somebody else's stock is way down that I wanted to see down. I freaked the F out this morning because someone put the ask real high and my cons were 100% each. Don't you love that? Don't you love that? Your PNL at open had you feeling some kind of way. Yeah, until the market corrects and those asks were gone, yeah. They have a way of doing that, don't they? Also, did you see my normal haters were hating hard last night? No, I don't even know who your normal haters are. You haven't like screenshotted them and showed me, or else I'd have your back with them. My haters make it kind of obvious who they are, so. But I don't know who who yours are, but send me a screenshot. I'd love to interject. Or better yet, send me a link. Carvana to 5%. Bitcoin towards resistance. Same ones we've always hated. Oh, okay. I don't know who you're talking about exactly, but I'm sure I could figure it the F out real quick. Haters are just jealous and have nothing more to do. Yeah, it's... I just kind of feel bad for them in a way. Like, I don't want to be like a dick to them, but... I don't know. You give what you get, right? Or you get what you give, I should say. I'm here for the rest of the market. Oh, boy. The kid is in the building. It is flex hour time. Hey, buddy.
Hey, I only have a second. I'm bouncing out of work here. But no, I had no intention of being able to get
Wait, you gotta talk louder. Nobody can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little better.
I said I had no intentions on getting a mic last night, but I was going to try just to cover the thrift savings plan stuff that we've uncovered.
And did you get like a full spiel off?
I got the and I connected and I went, oh shit! Now I'm gonna have to think of something. Right? I knew what I wanted to say.
Shit, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you now.
I'm walking out of the building. I had to disconnect from the internet.
No, you're good.
When I turned around, or when I was sitting there, I'm like, all right, shit. What, like?
How am I gonna present this?
Yeah, how am I gonna word this the right way, right? Just because I knew what I wanted to say, but as he's asking questions, he turns around and he goes, "All right, so we're gonna go to my next person or the next person," and there was two people that were ahead of me. So I'm like, cool. And Declan was being a dick last night. Like he just Sarah was trying to make brownies and stuff for Aiden's for his birthday party at school.
He just wasn't having it.
The 3-year-old was not having it. So I'm sitting there like shit. And I look over, I was like, Sarah, there's 3,000 to 4,000 people that are about to listen to me. You know, so if I do get called, I'm just letting you know that I'm not going to be able to focus on Declan for a second. So I can't promise that he's not going to do anything. And this little shit ran over and hit me while I was in the middle of speaking. But
I mean, but it didn't screw up your cadence though, right?
No, because I was already in panic mode because right before I looked, right before I got called on, 1.5 million flow, snap 12 calls, 8 traded yesterday.
Snap calls, you're saying?
They got snap 12 calls for August 18th were purchased yesterday, 1.5 million worth.
Ooh, baby.
So just that just came across.
Yeah, I'm balls deep in Snap.
Well, I am too, and I was doing good. And if it doesn't take a run over the next 12, 13 hours here, I'm out a little bit of money, which I'm not mad at because I made a shit ton on Snap in the past few weeks. But I was really hoping we'd get this 10-5 break, and because I have 10-5s that are expiring tomorrow and some 11.
See, you and I trade options differently. I trade them before they go into the money.
Well, see, I have been, right?
Mm-hmm.
But depending on my strikes, like my Snap 10s, I'm in at way too high of a premium because I bought them last week and I didn't have a set fucking stop set. So when it took the drop, I've started to not average down.
Okay.
I've been averaging averaging in and averaging up on contracts.
No, and that's actually a really good strat sometimes. But like, but for instance, like I would have been out of those snap 10.5s as soon as it broke 10.47, and that would be like late. Potentially, I would have been out at 10.45.
I would have too if my contracts were in at $30 a piece.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and had I done what I used to do this morning, I would have loaded in and averaged down, and I probably would have been out of the play by now.
Yeah.
I've been, instead of averaging down, I've been waiting. Like if I already have a position and it got fucked, I've been waiting for it to go green and then averaging up into it. But at that point, I'm pulling it by the end of the day. So even if I'm averaging up, I'm just adding a multiplier.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in VRM, but I'm just in straight stock, right? But I have like a metric F ton at 90 cents.
Like realistically, realistically right now, I should be out of my 1.5s on VRM.
I don't know why you're not, to be quite honest.
Because I'm
not financial advice. I wouldn't. I like. You even said it.
No, I know. The only reason why is because I'm on a free 100% profit bag, and I have a month out on these calls.
Yeah, but my thought is that you could go ahead and if you wanted to, right, you could take the profit and then when you get another buying opportunity, you could lever up even harder if you wanted to and take that risk.
That's what I said. I already am. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So I ran $21 contracts and sold them for 150%.
Nice.
I then loaded into 60 for 150 contracts for 4 cents a piece.
Okay.
At when they hit 11 cents a piece, I sold 20 of them. So I've already covered my entry.
Yeah, it's a free bag plus some.
Yep, free bag plus some.
Nice.
So now I'm sitting at 40 contracts at 4 cents a piece still, and they're at 17 cents. I rolled into the $2 contracts.
Do I know what I would do? Do I know what I would do? Because of the because of the top fib. I would consider. I don't know if I can say this on live.
You're taking the other side as a hedge?
Well, I would consider making sure that I locked in profit, and then I would go high risk, high reward on both sides in the options, right? After I locked in a really nice profit. So then I was I'd straddle it. You see what I'm saying?
If I was on a more liquid stock, yeah, absolutely. VRM has had so many inside buyers under $1 that
the liquidity is locked down there.
Yeah, I'm also going to lose you here for about 10 seconds, so give me a minute.
No, you're good, bro.
I'm about to go through a dead zone.
I don't know if you could hear me, but I'm having some really good feelings about Go EV. I don't know why.
Well, that's another one and you probably can't hear me right now.
No, I can hear you.
That's another one that, has been beat up so with everything happening right now, there is a liquidity drain.
Absolutely.
From the market into T-bills, but we are also
and Binance. Don't forget about Binance.
Yeah. Well, I think it was Goldman. Goldman put out a revised GDP, and it actually raised the GDP for this year.
Really?
Meaning they see an expanding economy, not a contracting economy.
Well, if everybody wasn't so fearful, I think that we could do that.
Well, that's where I was getting at. So with $1 trillion in open interest or open short interest right now, it's only going to take one or two of these larger big money players to flip, and they're going to want to hedge to the top side, and at that point, others are going to fall.
I think I think after the first big fish goes, the rest will come too. It's just getting that first one, you know?
I agree. What I was saying about O'Keefe is right before, like when he went to call on me, he went, all right, so we got to keep things moving here, so we're going to go a little bit of a lightning round.
Oh, boy.
I'm like, okay, cool. I can definitely get out the TSP shit in a good, minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Uh-huh.
And he goes, and I know that, we've been working hard and we see a lot of these MMTLP guys and, I'm definitely enveloped in your story and trying to report on it, but...
So you know it was coming to you.
Correct. And he goes, how about you give me a rundown on the MMTLP case?
So you had to explain it all? At that point, like, I could explain it, like, half decently, but I would just, like, rather call Alan and be like, hey, Alan.
Well, yeah, I literally was like, well, yeah, I can do that for you, but, yeah, let me, and I tried to give the best, 2-minute elevator pitch on MMTLP and 7 months worth of efforts that I could, and I ended up calling Basile a fucking judge and gave him a promotion to the bench.
Wait, you did what?
In explaining it, I guess I called Mark Basile a judge, rather than calling him a fucking attorney.
Oh my god. That's funny, bro.
But that was, so the people that don't like me, and,
who cares?
My fans that I've garnered from everything the last few months.
They can't sit with us.
Thing that they came at me about, but yeah.
They can't sit with us, Sean. No worries.
It was one of those things. Like, I had no intentions on being able. I no thought that I'd get a mic. No pre-plan other than trying to explain the BlackRock thing, and for him to turn around and be like, "Yo, give me a full rundown on MMTLP." Right after I.
How many followers did you get after that?
I've over 200 so far.
That's dope.
Yeah, 150, 200. The only one that mattered was the fact that O'Keefe followed me. So everything else. I had a FINRA arbitrator reach out to me afterwards.
For real?
Some other people sent me some messages. So it was good, but I had no intentions. Wasn't there to try to gain clout. Wasn't there to try to push anything. I just wanted to bring up the thing with the TSP, and here I am. Fuck. Like, sure.
Thrust into the middle.
Yeah. Here, let me give you 7 months worth of info in 3 minutes, bro. Like, okay.
On a trade that you're not even in.
Yeah, not anymore. Like, sure.
I find that so funny. I find that so funny.
So I had 2 members.
I lost you again.
Of the community to me. I technically, at this point, and thank Jarek and the other member who doesn't want to be named, but they both reached out to me about a month ago and offered to donate 100 shares each to me. So
that's dope.
Regardless of what happens, I can't thank those guys enough. It's not something I asked for, not something that I wanted. I know damn well I fucked up when I.
Bro, I like have 100 shares. I have 100 shares. You're getting them donated to you. That's a dub.
You know what? Yeah, and I don't even consider, like, if in the end they were to turn around and say, I know I offered this to you, but my family needs it.
Yeah.
I'd say fine, fuck it. I don't give a shit.
It was just it's honestly just for the better of the stock market. Like, I can't wait until we could trade, and like be almost trading against individuals, like how it used to feel like. But tell me it didn't feel like that at least a little bit.
Oh, at one point in time when I first started trading, it felt real nice to be able to trade and make money. It was real easy to make money.
But now it's just you're scalping the algos, and it's okay. Like you could still make money like that, but you're scalping the fucking algos. Like that's what it breaks down to.
It's not
or it's set it and forget it. You know what I mean?
Did my spy not move? Did it retrade? Motherfucker. I wasn't looking.
Spy? You should have told. I wish I knew. I would have pulled it up.
It's all good. I'm gonna let them auto close at 3:30. I don't give a shit.
You have 20. You have 13 minutes.
Yeah, like I said, I'm up on my day. I've been working 3 to 5% a day. I've been taking runners, but oh motherfucker, I'm up 6% on the day. So
I made an emotional trade today, thanks to you.
Which one?
I bought Snapchat. I loaded into Snapchat.
I thought you had been loaded.
Well, I did. I do have Snapchat, but I bought even more Snapchat.
My calls are going in the money. Come on, Snap.
But like my original entry is now not as nice as what it was. Like it was showing nice average, but at the end of the day, I care more about making the money as opposed to having a fancy average. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
So, I mean, that's how I've been trading Ape, though, too. You know what I mean? I've been in and out of Ape several times. Mostly in, but, like, I've been out a handful of times where I've had to move money around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. I'm throwing, let's see if they get a bite. I'm throwing 10 contracts at 18 cents up on VRM just to see if I can take $180 out.
Well, can I give you like something that's worked for me in the past? Try 19, because then people think, oh crap, it's gonna hit 20 real quick.
What do you mean for the ask?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it's already down there and you're just setting it.
The 18 is just above the mid. It's 16 and 19.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought you were basically setting the mid.
No, I'm trying to catch the mid, but it's Robinhood, so sometimes that works, sometimes it don't.
You bitch about them, but then you use them. I get it.
I told you I'm just here to get my fucking money back, and if I can clear that, which I've been, I'm gonna move my ass back out. I've been pulling money out. I have been reducing my overhead here, so it's been working. But I got another $2,000 to make up after losing about $1,000.
Do we have any kind of news on when Retail United's gonna launch?
No, we're with everything that popped up. We hunkered down and we've been working on the back end to make sure that we have this filed right. That is a 501c3. You can't lobby Congress or anything like that.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure that we have the right setup. You know what I mean?
Oh, of course.
So that
I don't want you to half-ass. That's the last thing I want is for you guys to half-ass it. I'm just curious because I'm anxious to see what it's gonna be like. If that makes any sense. Like I'm just anxious to see.
I am too.
We don't have to talk about why or whatever, but like I'm good because of what we talked about, right?
I am too.
Or is that an off-air conversation?
Am I losing you? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm with you.
I didn't catch it.
I said you and I are square on that, right? After our conversation.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that I was in no problem and all that stuff. Okay. Because I've never done a like one of these types of cryptos, and I know I'd get lost in the fucking dust. So.
Yeah, no, I'm lost myself, even working it myself right now. So.
I have to answer a kid real quick. Sorry, I'm not sure if you answered about TRKA, but are we just waiting on news to drop? Okay, so yes, but we did already get news. So there was a filing about them being delisted, but the reason why they would delist in their circumstance would be because of a buyout, as opposed to them being not NASDAQ compliant, because they are compliant, or they would have been compliant. Instead of posting the compliance, they posted a delist. So that might scare the shit out of people, but in all reality, that means that a deal is done. Not financial advice. Yada, 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 yada. Sorry. I can't wait to hear what the price is going to be.
I'm just about to head into the house here. I'm just getting home. But I just wanted to touch on the O'Keefe stuff. But yeah, there's plenty of people that you know, I got the, you're not even a shareholder, why are you up there? And, you know, or, you know, the Monday morning
Yeah,
quarterback.
but see, the whole thing is you've been there though, and that's the like.
Oh, that's the discredit that a lot of people, some people like to say that I haven't been. So.
Yeah, but you know what you do.
I don't care.
I don't care. Exactly. That's the vibe, bro. That's the vibe.
I don't care. That's my that's where I'm at. Like the amount of support that I got after being up there last night was great, and you know, those who want to pity me or want to, you know.
I'm sorry I wasn't there to listen to you. I apologize.
I had no intent on being up. You're good.
No, I hear you. I just wish I was able to. Because I was in there, and then like it got sidetracked, and then I got bored.
Recorded. I'll send you the recording.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I'll have to listen. Okay.
All right. I'll catch you later on.
All right, buddy. Bye.
We're Spy. Sorry.
Oh, wait. We're Spy. Okay, hold on one second. Let me get you Spy. Spy.
Did it break down?
Well, Bitcoin's starting to move up. So hold on a second and pull up Spy. Wait. The fuck? Oh, yeah, it did break down.
Okay.
You might get a bounce right here, though. Hold on a second. Obviously not financial advice. The yada, 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 yada. I hate having to say that. You're on resistance, though. On a support line. You might engulf right back. And Bitcoin's starting to spin. You have, what, 7 minutes left, right?
Yeah.
Can you do those fake orders? Like, or they stopped letting you do those, right?
I'll fight it if I have time. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you could still fight. You would still fight them auto closing.
If you get a order, closed order in before 3:30, and you sit there every 3 to 4 minutes as they close it, and you throw the order back in, yeah, you can fight it, but you got to be fucking quick.
Like a fucking spider monkey.
All right, brother. I'll catch you later.
Later, homie. Also, who do you think is the best bet for the buyout? I don't want to speculate because I'll be wrong. If somebody told you that they knew, they'd be lying to you. If I had to guess, it would be a company called EXPI, and you've probably never even heard of them before. And that would be my guess. But it doesn't really matter as long as the price is we're offered a price that's worth the company that we're selling. You know what I mean? Like, we just need to get a fair buyout price and we're good. And like that would totally wreck a lot of people. Back down towards VWAP on Bitcoin. But they would be delisting because, maybe they're going private with a buyout. So TRKA won't be traded anymore, which is why they filed that. See what I'm saying? So how would we be able to sell it or trade it then? It would get priced out. So basically, they would assign like hey, I'm buying this stock for $10 a share. Hey, I'm buying this stock for $15 a share. Hey, I'm buying, or like an equivalent. Like, I don't know. Say that 2 shares were equaled a half of a share of, I don't know, VRM. You know what I mean? Like, you'd get whatever the cash equivalent was. TBLT to 18.7 up. Carvana 4%. 8 to 7%. VRM 8.6 up. Hopefully it works out in the best. I'm still holding. Me too. I'm not gonna. I refuse to lose that trade. Like, I will not lose that. I will not lose the TRKA trade. TBLT. 13 is going to be coming up on 200 here shortly. Bitcoin through VWAP. Down to a fib line on Go EV. A 13 coming back up towards the 48. Gonna be going for the third little soldier right there, if we could pull it off. Need the third little soldier. Come on, babe. Volume is only 19.11 now on Go EV. VRM volume 5.16 mil, average is 6.6. And then Ape, excuse me, is 34 mil and averages about 13.8. Half hour left if you're dealing with PDT. TBLT starting to move. Bitcoin. RSI is a 47 point. Oh, never mind. It's a 48.27 now. It's inside the MACD as well. Pretty much like smack dab. Getter is now up 15% out of nowhere. It's a low volume stock though. Bitcoin trying. Snap is up to 1051. And engulfed right back down. Son of a bitch. Amazon to 3.8. Trying to get a crossover here on Ape. Bitcoin also trying to move up. TBLT to 22%, just about. Bitcoin's trying to make some moves. Holding VWAP on VRM. Volume 34.08 mil, average is 13.8. 24 is trying to cross 48 right now. EMA's straightening out here on Bitcoin. About 26 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT. Toro's up 4.8. TBLT, just off a gold cross, just off VWAP as well. All right. Still low volume on VRM. TBLT's volume is 12.82 million, almost 12.83. Average is reading as 2.8. Vaxar is up 5. Bella just ripped it. Like, it's really bad. Oh. Jesus. 365.20 on Qs. HKD somehow green there. DXY 102.42 almost. SPY to 435.66. Boyle at 327. Remember, at the end of tomorrow, I believe it's the end of tomorrow, not the beginning, but there is going to be a reverse split there. Volume is just under 500,000 on TRKA. Average is 772. Light volume down is not the end of the world. Oh, wait, I want to look at something else real quick on my phone. About to grab that gold cross just underneath the VWAP. And Bitcoin gonna be going for a lift here, hopefully. DXY 102.41. That could go down and I wouldn't be mad. Coinbase just up $57. Just cracked 500,000 on volume for TRKA. Narrow to 102. $414 on AMC. Bitcoin trying to lift. Mullen's getting slapped around, so is MCOM. And AMC. And Octo. Nice. Drum up 10, Getter up 13.5, POAI up 14.5, Sends up 15.5. Hello, this is Jonathan. Oh, hi. Would you actually give me 1 second here? Hey guys, I'm gonna have to go for the day. I have a call that I have to take. I will be live tomorrow, same time as usual. I appreciate you guys, and I'm sorry that I have to bounce on you early. Have a good one. All right, sorry about that. I streamed.